But it's great to have you back. Yesterday it was a pumping day. We had so many great speakers, and it was just extremely impactful. I learned a lot. And today we have an equally packed program. So wonder if you're online, why don't you kind of share our social pages on your social, on your status, on your WhatsApp. Get as many people as you can. Get them to join us today. A really packed program. So what's on the menu for today? We're going to have Lindiwe. You don't want to miss this, right? We're going to have a master class. We're going to have a discussion about digital disruption and mental resilience. Such a critical thing for us, especially post-COVID. And then we're going to have lunch. There's lunch on the menu. And the creative sector, so 43.6 billion sector on the African continent. And of course, we'll have a diva spotlight. It's the highlight of the day. Loads of inspiration. And then if you are able to include your networking, in fact, you can come to Sandton at the Sky Hotel. We have some spaces and you can come and join us live. We'll give you a free lunch. But yesterday I gave you some numbers, right? So I want to start with that just to set the tone for the day. My wife recently started a project that she's been passionate about for over 17 years. It's called I'm Honeycomb. So just find that on the Instagram and wherever. But what's interesting, the data that she shared with me is that right now, women is 0.42% away from being just about in equal numbers around the world with men. So it's 3.97 billion, or somewhere around 3.970 billion. We always get that number thing wrong in South Africa. And 3.904 billion women in South Africa, in the world rather, right? But out of that 3.9047 or 0.4 billion, 2.3 billion females suffer of period poverty. Almost half of women around the world. And what she also shared with me is that for 6 years of a woman's life is part of her annual or weekly menstruation. So that's 6 years. The World Bank recently said it will take about 287 years for women to kind of break this barrier and have equity, diversity, and inclusion in the commercial world with men. That's a big mountain to climb, right? But we're doing it every day. So I just wanted to bring it a little bit back as well with some numbers, and I'm going to introduce our keynote for the morning, is that the cost for sanitary towels per week, per month, per year, over that 6-year period, equates to about 25,000 Rand in South Africa over that period. Can we start a business with that money? Right? But, you know, in South Africa, we have 30.5 million women or females. So it's girl, child, and woman. And 7 million of them on a weekly basis, monthly basis, suffer from period poverty. Right? So there's a lot that we have to take in context of the journey of the woman business leader, the woman business owner, when they wake up every day. And that is something that we don't really consider in the time and the commitment and the loyalty of women in their business to kind of get their diversity, their equity in the economy, and be included opportunities. And today, this morning, we have Lindiwe in the house, and I read a little bit about your journey. But if you, as you join me, you can tell us about this sector. South Africa is a beautiful country. Africa is a beautiful continent. Annually, we make, I don't know, what's the percentage of revenue that we get from GDP for people coming to South Africa? It's a lot of money, right? It's billions. In fact, we create around 20% of jobs in the tourism sector. I'm a foodie, right? And so Lindiwe is going to talk us through a little bit about your journey, you know, where it started, right? And then afterwards we'll have some question and answers. But welcome, and I'm leaving a little bit of information and a little bit of people kind of going, so who is Lindiwe? Doesn't she look good? Look at the Duke, right? It looks awesome. So thank you. Looking forward to getting inspired.
Thank you and good morning, Hilton. Thank you very much for that introduction. And good morning to everyone here in the room where we are meeting, but also to everyone virtually. You know, what a world we live in today, especially after what we've been through in the past 2 years, where meeting virtually or meeting in a hybrid format is now just a daily norm. I was a bit shocked, to be honest, when I walked in, because I expected a full room and I thought I was going to tiptoe down the aisle and come and take my spot. And then I was reminded that a lot of you are all already logged online and participating virtually. So Hilton has kind of put me on the spot because I came here to talk about leadership in turbulent times, but he wants me to introduce myself. So I'll just briefly let you know what gives me the so-called or supposed authority to stand here in front of you and talk about leadership in turbulent times. My background, and I proudly say, is that I'm a hotelier. I've been a hotelier for over 30 years, ever since 1986, when I started my studies in hotel management. You're supposed to clap, because when I started my studies in 1986, 30 some years ago, I chose to follow the route of hotel management. I lived in exile with parents who lived in Zambia and in Kenya, all over the world. And so probably the exposure that we got traveling opened my eyes to the world of hospitality. I was lured into this world of looking after people, feeding people, accommodating people. And over the years, I understood that it certainly is much more than just that. Behind the scenes, we make sure that technologically things are working. We make sure that food systems are in place. We make sure that procurement has taken place. We make sure that HR systems are in place. We make sure we are marketing and so on and so on. So if there's one industry that I really love, it's the tourism and hospitality industry, because of the myriad of different skills and qualities that you hone in on as you develop your interest and your career. I've lived in the US, I've lived in Switzerland, where I first was introduced to hospitality. I started my role as a hotel player in South Africa, well, first in Washington, DC with the Hyatt Group. And then when we opened the Park Hyatt in Johannesburg, I was part of that inaugural team in 1995. Somewhere in 1999, I was lured into public service, and I joined the Department of Environmental Affairs and Tourism as the Chief Director in Tourism Support. And that's where I met our lovely host, Gilebogile Malopanya. We met there. You know, she was my PA. But when I look at her, I think she was actually my boss. She told me what to do. She knew what I was supposed to, where I was supposed to be, how I was supposed to be prepared. We developed such a wonderful friendship while we were working together, one of partners, one of collaboration, one of understanding roles, but not meaning that because I was her boss, I was anything bigger or better. I learned so much from her. She learned from me. We would go in and catch up and work on Saturdays, turn on Kaifas Semenya and dance in my office while we were working. And boy, did we work. I'm an output-driven person. So we worked very well together because so is she. So I'm so proud that we are able to, you know, be here today under the umbrella of what Kilebogile has managed to develop. Coming back to where I was in my career, it was a short diversion into public service. I was lured back into my passion and love of hoteling, and I joined the Southern Sun Group as the general manager of the Intercontinental, which is around the corner, on the corner of Maud and West, I believe. So that's where I was for nearly 5 years, and then I started my own business. I decided it was time to break through, and I opened my own hotel together with a group of fellow shareholders and partners, and we opened the first, proud to say, Black female-owned 4-star hotel in Soweto, today known as the Soweto Hotel and Conference Center. That was a wonderful time. If ever, you know, there are many milestones in my career that I'm very proud and happy to recount, but that one was one that was character formation time, forming time. You know, first of all, breaking out of the comfort of the corporate world where everything is cushioned. You never really worry about working capital. You just arrive and glide and you greet guests and you do whatever you have to do. Of course, you have to make money for your employers, but the worry of how you're going to pay salaries, where the working capital is going to come from, how you're going to fund the development, all of that was suddenly new terrain for me. So together with a group of partners, we were able to raise money from the IDC. That was my first experience of how to put together a funding structure. I didn't even know what it meant when they say, what is the equity debt level and the mezzanine funding? And I'll look at people with a blank stare in terms of what they were talking about. But soon these became familiar terms. And it's important, I think, as I recount this to whoever's listening out there wanting to break into business, there's always a first time in everything, but there's nothing like rocket science and there's nothing that you can't learn. And that is one of the experiences that I really, really valued and treasured. Of course, surrounding yourself with the right people. Where you don't know, put your hand up, say you don't know. And those are the lessons that I learned in those days. Putting a hotel in Soweto, in a township, was a first. I don't think there were many examples of 4-star hotels in the whole country, really, in a township. But also as a child of exile, having lived outside of South Africa, learning that when you come into a community, you have to understand the community. You have to embrace the community. You have to ask questions. You have to find out who are the leaders. My first experience, day one, opening the hotel, beautiful, fancy hotel, beautifully funded, 24 million rands later, state of the art, everything. We're just about to open. The press are there, media are there, and boom, suddenly I noticed that there are more people than I expected. And, you know, we are located in that hotel on the Walter Sisulu Square of Dedication. So you see the location, Kliptown, right across. People gathered around. And suddenly I realized there are more people here than I expected. And as the cameras started to roll, the We Want Jobs. You think Kosatu is talking today? That day I saw flames. And suddenly I realized that the community did not feel engaged. They did not feel that they were part of this hotel that was coming into their location, into their space to open. Yes, we had hired a range of wonderful skills, chefs, front office people, and so on. But my focus had not been on how to provide jobs for that community, in that community, and to create skills development platforms. That was a great learning exercise. Lots of phone calls later and people calling me at night to say, what were you doing? Woke my eyes up to embracing the community, working with the community. And I was very proud later on to know that we actually started an incubator. We didn't call it an incubator in those days. It was a skills development program with the Department of Labor. And so many people from Kliptown and youth from Soweto have come through the Soweto Hotel and gained some sort of experience or training in one form or the other under proper accredited learnerships. And so that was for me one of the most wonderful experiences. I could go on and on. Soweto Hotel led me to working with a group called the Birchwood. We worked together for another 5-6 years in partnership with Birchwood, which is in the East, owned family-run business. Again, I learned so much there as the managing director and later on the CEO of that business. And then I was lured back into the corporate world. I'm a sucker for, structure, and following a particular way of running business. So I'm proud to say today I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the City Lodge Hotel Group, which is a JSE listed business. Thank you. That has been running for 37 years, conceptualized as a family-run business in the beginning by a Swiss man called Hans Enderli, and one hotel in Bryanston. And today we were proud at one point to have 63 hotels under our belts until COVID came. We now have 59, so it's not that bad. So let me get into the story of leadership in turbulent times. Now that you know a little bit more about the human being standing in front of you and the context with which I stand here in front of you. You know, as I was mentioning about Kilebohile, I think it's important to touch on what she's doing here today, because we're all here really in the month of August, still celebrating women who I think should be celebrated every single day of the year, 365 days to be honest. But let's just say this is the month where we are, you know, put on a pedestal for a little bit more than usual. I particularly love listening to Kili when she talks about, you know, her business AB4IR, and her eyes light up. We caught up about 2-3 weeks ago because I said, Kili, I need to get to know and catch up with what you've been doing. I can't keep up with you. And, you know, her work, which she specifically has located in a disadvantaged community and goes about doing so in other parts of the nation, remind me a little bit of Soweto Hotel, where people with business skills and a track record in what they do take their skills and their qualities back into the community. And that makes me very proud. Her focus on women and youth being prioritized, particularly in these times where we see youth unemployment rates at sky high, you know, amounts in the region of nearly 70%. It's just mind-boggling when you even say and repeat that. So that she's focused on women and youth particularly is very pleasing, and is exactly spot on in terms of what we should all be thinking about when we look at the future. But more than anything, her focus on her chosen sector of ICT and, you know, technology and innovation is so important, because it doesn't matter which part of the economy we're in, whether you're in the hotel industry like I am, tourism, mining, you name it. Every single sector in the world today has been and will be and continue to be impacted by the fourth industrial revolution. And if we are not prepared, as we would have seen during COVID, we will be left behind. You will be left behind. And so she is one mighty woman who has really put her nose in the right place and understands exactly what it is that we need to be doing when it comes to bringing the rest of the communities that we come from, as in women and youth in particular, with us as we move to taking our economy forward. So really well done to you, Kilebohile. And I'm so proud of you, especially when I know where we both came from and where our paths crossed once upon a time. In this month of the Women's Month, I want to say, Mbogoto, Tinta Bafas, Tinti Mbogoto. That's Kilebohile. So Kili, thank you for the invitation. You know, when we look at leadership, I think we do need to also look at what's going on globally. I don't like to dabble too much in religion and politics. Being in the hospitality industry, they say we must be careful because we don't want to make our clients feel that we are aligned one way or the other. But I think it was very apparent to all of us when we watched the COVID pandemic, which none of us had ever imagined, at least in my 56 years, that we would witness such a calamity, such a torrid time. And it was at this time that we saw America, particularly the US, really, because of the leadership that was in place, taking very strange turns and twists in how the process of managing and leading a nation during the time of COVID was. It was very distressing, I think, as we watched scientists around the clock working to come up with a vaccine against COVID-19, making sure that we could at least limit and begin to mitigate the impact of this deadly virus. And today we know that we have, witnessed and know of over 603, 561 million cases in the world as we speak, and not growing at the same pace as it was once upon a time, but that is humongous in terms of numbers and people who are impacted globally. Not to speak of the 6,480,000 and plus deaths that were experienced globally. Many in this time suffered mental and physical health issues as a result, and as from the impact of this virus. Many were the victims of gender-based violence, which is not just a South African phenomenon, sadly, but something that was talked about, especially during COVID, because victim and perpetrator were under lockdown together. Many faced daily uncertainty of tomorrow. People were sick around us. We suffered and saw and witnessed dysfunctionality of families breaking down, falling apart, just because they couldn't handle the financial crisis maybe that they were faced with. Drug abuse, single-led families, children living with grandparents, and so on and so on. And just even going on, fighting for the recovery of body, heart, and soul is something that we are all still, I think, grappling with. So lest we forget, the pandemic really tried and tested us, and it really put us through the furnace of hell, as far as I know. And I think most of us here can even say, we were down and out from COVID at one point, and we saw loved ones around us depart as a result of the consequences of COVID. So when it comes to global leadership, we've seen democracy especially come under threat. And that makes me sad, particularly when we watched how the United States seemed to unravel at one point. And we've always placed democracy as one of the sort of cornerstones of the American democracy and example of what democracy should be around the world. Nonetheless, we're able to see that if a country doesn't have strong leadership, there are aspects of it that will unravel, no matter how powerful and no matter how well positioned and influential that country, as the US is. It was really an amazing thing, amazing as in incredible, to see January 6, 2021, the insurrection in which Donald Trump, the actual president of the US, was the instigator of. And all of this began to show us about the qualities of leadership. When I think about this, I think about the importance of emotional intelligence in a leader. I think about the importance of accountability in leaders, especially when you're leading a world power or any country for that matter. The importance of communication or the lack thereof, and many other things, all because leaders will sometimes go on this self-interest, power-tripping route, which becomes their modus operandi. So that was for us, I think all of us, because most of the times we were under lockdown, most of the times we were watching CNN, most of the time we wanted to know what was going on in the rest of the world because it would determine what was going on here in South Africa. For us here in South Africa, in recent times, our benchmark for turbulent times as South Africans before COVID were the 9 lost years under the leadership of President Zuma. Again, I'm not politicizing this, but it is a reality that in those 9 years, we watched unraveling in front of us the Zupta dynasty, rampant corruption, and really a total breakdown of ethics in our leadership. And all of this was the root cause of the many challenging situations we are now dealing with in whatever sphere we sit in as leaders. We talk glibly about, ESCOM or PRASA, SAA, depending on what is happening. If you're trying to catch a flight and you can't, you're not happy with SAA. If you want to start work and the lights go off, you're not happy with ESCOM. I was talking to my sister, Get Gems, in the audience. She's with the post office. And we know the challenges that many of the state-owned entities have been facing. But this is really all as the consequence of the sickness, I call it, of corruption in our country. We have seen, even before COVID, the international sort of services that benchmark a country's investability. And just before, at the brink of COVID, on the 27th of March, Moody's Investor Services announced that they were downgrading South Africa. And we actually saw ourselves going to junk status, which really was something that shocked all of us. Our beautiful South Africa, our perfect South Africa, the rainbow nation of Mandela, country of possibilities, and so on and so on. And really, because we all knew at the heart of it, this was man-made, woman-made, people-made, and there was no need, and there is no need for us to be where we find ourselves today. Throughout the pandemic, not only were our leaders led by grappling with the question of lives, this is a very difficult one, because at one point, we all understood that we were under lockdown because lives had to be saved. Lockdown meant that economically, we could not keep driving our businesses and making the money that made us eat and live. And therefore, our livelihoods were under threat. And so as we were steered through, level 5 hard lockdown, life had to continue. The Zondo Commission completed its work while it was investigating the multiple incidents of state capture. And that, again, just reminded us of the severity of what corruption can do when even under a pandemic, that type of work or commission has to go on, come hell or high water. But for me, I think when I look at it, I think this was a test of leadership, and how our leaders in government had to get us through the 18 months and to ensure that somehow lives and livelihoods were preserved. And today we talk of 18 months. Nobody knew even how long this period was going to be. I think the qualities that President Ramaphosa and his cabinet displayed were those of resilience and persistence, focused and visionary leadership. We didn't always agree with it. We were not always happy about it, depending on where we sat. But it was in these times that we saw high levels of communication. I'm sure we all missed the family monthly meetings that we had become accustomed to. I was actually disappointed when we heard through him on the news, as opposed to, in a family meeting that lockdown was officially over. I said, how? Such a big celebration. We should have all been popping, bubbles in our living rooms as he announced that. But this was, again, testimony to a government that recognized that it had to lead its people. It didn't come without its problems. Came with its problems of UIF and some people getting it and others not getting it. It came with the introduction of the 350 a month, which was a saving grace to many. But also we asked the question, do you give? And then when do you stop? And when you stop, what are the ramifications? So it had its challenges, but above it all, the vaccination rollout, I think, was testimony to our leadership in this country. And today we sit, yes, in a hybrid situation, but without masks, without social distancing, in a normal situation because of how we were as a country, but as part of the global community, able to steer this country out of the calamity and the grips of the COVID pandemic. On the other hand, there's some wonderful examples. New Zealand's female Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, who's, I'm not sure if any of you are watching, but she's someone that my husband loves to watch when he talks about female leadership. He always says, you must watch Jacinda. You must watch what that woman is doing. She demonstrated and continues to demonstrate the good qualities of a leader. And during those turbulent times, whilst we watched huge cases and deaths in many countries, New Zealand today has recorded 1,725,000 cases, the total period, and only 2,660 deaths in that total period. And yes, it was because of that leadership and the route that Prime Minister Ardern took to ensure that New Zealand was steered through with minimal disruption to the economy and minimal disruption to lives and livelihoods. It's a case study that you should, go onto Google and read more about. For me, it showed again that when we talk of good leadership qualities, We talk about transparency, communication, letting everyone know what is the plan. And, this is the same in government as it is in a business. Everyone wants to know, what is your strategy? What is your plan? Focus, resilience, decisiveness. People want to see decisiveness in leaders and courage, but to name a few of the of the qualities that we want to see in leaders. Coming back to my own business, which I understand better than I do politics, as a player in the hospitality sector, as I've told you for, these past 30 some years, I can tell you that the experience of sitting under lockdown, from when we were all put into lockdown from, I think it was March 27, 2020, really brought out qualities in myself, but in also those that I watched around me, other leaders that I had never imagined even existed. At City Lodge Hotel Group, none of us could remember a time in even our own personal journeys whilst we were at the helm of leadership. Many of us are just either too young, or our benchmarks would be pre-1994 if we talk about the apartheid era, which I guess could be another story when we want to talk about turbulent times. But in terms of how it affected us in today's world, this was really a new experience. What was interesting is from the day, they called him Day Zero patient on March the 5th was announced. That was the day we had the first COVID case in one of our hotels. A guest who arrived from Dubai, drove to one of the hospitals because of symptoms, tested positive in came to one of our hotels, checked in, and then tested positive in that 24-hour whilst waiting for their results. Didn't tell us, didn't tell the management. First time. And only when we started recognizing that something was amiss and the management started realizing that there's a sick guest in the hotel, were we able to find out from that guest when they said, I need to extend my stay for 14 days. Remember the famous 14 days? I have COVID. We lost it. We all lost it. Anger, confusion, what the, and so on and so on. But the point, I think, is that was the beginning of us being tested for, then what do leaders do? Therefore what? My famous and favorite question in meetings when I sit with my team. Therefore what? When we reach a particular part. So the first thing I did was to reach out to my network. Because this was all new, I had to call people in the Department of Health. I had to call the Department of Tourism. I had to gather my network and realize that there was so little I knew and so little we knew in the management of City Lodge Hotel Group to say, what are the next steps now that we have a guest in one of our hotels with COVID? We were wonderfully surprised by how the NICD, the National Institute of Communicable Diseases, came to our call. And in no time, they were there in their Hessian suits. In those days, it was such a big threat, testing everybody's temperature. But the first thing they did, everyone in that hotel was under lockdown. We had to be open and transparent to our guests. We had to tell them what was happening. And we had to give them the option to evacuate the hotel and go to other hotels within our group or of their choice. So that was, again, a time to act as responsible, accountable leaders and make sure that there was nothing we were hiding. To our staff, we had to start a track and trace. And we also had to admit that we didn't know what this journey was going to take us on, but it was so important for us to look after our people and make sure that they were number one in terms of the process. But we also had the responsibility of a guest in a room struggling with COVID and sweating and nearly dying in one of our rooms. Fortunately, because of the support that we got from our network, from the NICD coming in every day, and basically everyone coming around us in our network, we were able to get through this period. We then saw that this was actually the beginning of the drawing of COVID protocols. And I must tell you, I'm very proud that City Lodge Hotel Group actually took a leading seat in terms of the writing and the drawing of the COVID protocols in the hospitality industry. In no time, we had drawn and written processes for our own hotels. We also felt the need to share, and we put this on platforms in the tourism associations and different platforms that are available, because it was to our benefit that if everybody was sharing of these protocols, there'd be less repercussions. We read a lot about what the WHO was doing, and we basically gave ourselves and armed ourselves with all the information that we needed. And so following this incident, I again reached out to my network, and someone in one of the other sectors of, a businessman, a very successful businessman, said, you need to follow this template. It's what you do when you are in these situations. And we created what was called the COVID Rapid Response Team. And that team met every day in the beginning. It was made up of all the executive committee of City Lodge Hotel Group. It was made up of all the senior management. And we would meet, and we would start off with an agenda that started off with what is happening at the macro level. What's happening in the world? What's happening in our country? What's happening in our sector? And therefore what? And once we had set out the scene in terms of this very fast evolving, environment, we then would go into our own divisions and would start with the people. What are the implications for people? Well, the first one was that our hotels were empty. 63 hotels had to be closed down, save 3 that were repatriation or hotels looking after guests who were coming back, repatriated South Africans coming back to South Africa. 63 hotels closed. One day you're nearly at 70%, and the next day you're at 0%, which means no cash, no income. Of course, being the size that we are, we could rely on the strength of our balance sheet to engage at a financial level with all our funders and financiers. And again, the lesson of always keeping your funders and your financial institutions close. We were having the conversation with Kili the other day about the importance of, even when you don't know what you're going to tell your funder, keep your funder close. Be transparent, be open, tell them what the situation is. It's amazing the type of solutions that we could come up with. So our people were immediately put onto 50% salaries. We had to keep everyone at home. We had to come up with a plan to look after our hotels. So we had to have caretakers, and a lot of our wonderful general managers moved in with their families to look after the hotels so that we didn't have our properties vandalized. And, we had to make sure that every single expense we could think of was under control. Lights off, water geysers off, electricity, and everything that you can think of in terms of there should be no seepage, and no costs that cannot be managed must be brought to a full stop. We had to keep the lights on outside so that we looked like we were still a hotel. We had to make sure security was in place. So very minimal expenses. So I'm giving you these examples to show you the sort of decisions we were now going around doing. And again, all the time when we were dealing with the people, demonstrating empathy, demonstrating courage, giving hope, even sometimes when we didn't know the answers, messages of hope. We went onto virtual platforms. We created a City Lodge Hotel Group, family group on Facebook. I would record myself giving messages of hope to the people. And up to this day, people talk about how that carried them through. Even making me emotional. So beyond the financial plan, we also had to talk to our stakeholders, and we had to explain to shareholders what was happening. Had it not been for the shareholders of City Lodge Hotel Group following their rights and literally diluting in order to create a rights offer, which really in big terms and in simple terms means raising of funds in order to create extra cash so that we could manage the times that we didn't know how long this period was going to be. Together, with the banks and the shareholders, we were able to do that. And as we watched our share price from, triple three figures to sort of like 1-digit figures, plummeting every day. But all of these decisions were being taken quickly, fast, decisively, remaining focused, and all the while communicating with every single stakeholder.
being a manager because we work as a team. And then through your conversation, you are also somebody who can be part of the team and work very well with the team. Between you and Kelly, I think you look at each other and realize that you actually multiplied a whole lot of leadership. A good leader produces other leaders. You produced Kelly. And through your career, I found the joy to listen to you and pick up that you produced a whole lot of leaders. Every day I joke with Kelly. This morning, like she was saying, oh, these kids are already working. And I said, but Kelly, it's how you taught them, how you took them by the hand and taught them what to do. And you never been a boss to them. You've been a leader. You took from levels where you don't expect they will do today. But from listening to you as a future leader, there's so much that I picked up. There's so much that I will learn. And I would love to learn more from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have nothing more to add.
Neither do I.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much
Great
for those
stuff.
wonderful compliments.
Awesome. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Right. And so we're on to our next part, Kelly. Yes, it's the masterclass. Yesterday, it was amazing. Today will be equally amazing. I saw you a while back at Medwell. I go there. That's my doc. I just realized when I read your bio that that's where my health comes from. Do you want to join us, Kate? So what the masterclass is all about is entrepreneurship. And we've had a little bit of a masterclass a little bit early on, but we're going to go deeper into it, right? And so we are running a little bit behind. So without talking too much about you and asking questions, let me just hand over to you and, just dish. We're waiting. We're ready.
All right, great. Thank you so much, everybody. Good morning. I haven't spoken this morning, so you guys are the first people that I'm speaking to. So good morning. Every time someone says, Kitty, you have to give a master class, I often ask myself, what is the difference between a master, Then I thought to myself, there's actually no difference, right? It's a learning. It's a learning environment. I'm here to share knowledge, share my experience with yourselves as entrepreneurs. We all know how lonely entrepreneurship can get. So we're really here to just share with each other and let it really be a conversation. And please don't keep your questions to yourself. If you have a burning question at that specific point in time, please put your hand up and ask. All right? I don't want to lose anybody. And I know an hour for a masterclass is very short. A lot of information goes into it. So people do sometimes get a little bit lost in the information. So if you do have questions, please put your hand up so that we can tackle your questions on that spot. Thank you so much, Kile, for the introduction, for the invitation of being here. And thank you to Hilton for the introduction. As he had said, my name is Kitumetsi Likaba. In the streets, they call me the business doctor. From Medwell. Medwell is a medical center that I'm a co-founder of, but I'm from a finance world. So when we started Medwell back in, 4 or 5 years ago, people kept saying, Dr. Gitu, Dr. Gitu. I said, guys, Psycha is going to kill you. I'm not a doctor. And someone said, no, but you are the business doctor. So you are Gitu. And that's how I got the name, the business doctor. I'm currently also the managing director of a company called I'm an Entrepreneur, where we really specialize in enterprise and supply development, and our ethos is onefold. We help entrepreneurs build and grow their businesses. Okay, great stuff. Done with the intros, let's get straight into it. I'm going to go through today 6 pillars, right, that I really think entrepreneurship is built on. And this is something that I have developed for myself as I went into the journey, as I experienced starting businesses, failing in business, sheriffs coming to almost take my house, getting back up, succeeding in what I'm doing. And I thought, I probably had an advantage of getting back up from my finance background and the educational background that I have. But for a lot of entrepreneurs, we don't always have this. We have the idea, we know how to execute, but the basics of the business is what can often kill us, right? And I just want us to reflect a little bit on where we come from, because we're in a very different time. No one in the world globally has been in this time that we're really in, particularly entrepreneurs, because the landscape has changed. The past 2 years have changed the playing ground. We call it the playing ground of entrepreneurship. It's changed how we sell. It's changed how we communicate with our customers. It's changed how we operate. So I just really want us to reflect and really reflect on what has happened in the past 2 years that brings us here where we are today, before we go into our 6 pillars. About 2.5 years ago, when we were starting with our buzzword, the 4th Industrial Revolution, right? Then COVID hit. A sad time for entrepreneurs. And when COVID hit, what really that did for an entrepreneur is change your customer. People sat in their houses, people were sitting in lockdown. So how the customer started to think, the consciousness of your customer, the needs of the customers started changing. So what your customer needed back then and what your customer is thinking about and needing now are 2 different things, because the landscape has changed. And I want you to keep that in mind as we go through this masterclass of entrepreneurship, because that really affects how you speak to your customers, how you get to your customers, and how you keep the customers. Because entrepreneurship is sales, right? If you're not selling, we don't have a business. If you're selling, it's a charity. So always think about your customer and the sales with everything that we're doing today. And then your customers also became sophisticated, right? What consciousness does to a person is that it refines your needs, it refines what you think is best for you, and people start becoming very conscious of what is best for them. So people started buying to become better. They're no longer buying for the sake of buying. So as we go through the 6 pillars, I want you to think to yourself in your businesses, what am I selling to my customers that are making them better? And what is it? What is the better for you in your business? And that's going to speak to one of the things that have become quite important now that we hear all the time in entrepreneurship, your value proposition in your businesses. You don't, everywhere, if you do a funding application, if you are telling people about your business, people often ask you, what is your value proposition? But that's what that really is answering is, how are you making your customers better? Right? I was listening to Adrian Gore, the founder of Discovery, the other day, and he said at Discovery, we have one value proposition, creating healthy communities and societies. He doesn't say we're selling medical aid or we're in the banking space. He says our value proposition is one, creating healthy communities and societies. And how they do that is the product and the service that they offer, right? Even Facebook, well, now Meta, they say they're connecting the world. They don't say our product is Facebook and Instagram and WhatsApp and all the other suites that they have. Their value proposition is connecting the world, and they do that to their product or service. So as we go through the master classes and as we go through the day, just also think about for yourselves, what are you selling to your customers that's making them better without actually defining your product or a service, right? I do enterprise and supply development. So my value proposition is really helping entrepreneurs build and grow their business. How I do it is my product or service. Make sense? Awesome stuff. So the 6 pillars that we're going to go through today. The first one is compliance. The second one is technical competence. The third one is internal controls and processes, commercial competence. The third one is sales. Fourth is cash flow and financial management. Then we're going to go through quality of the leadership team, which our previous speaker spoke so beautifully about, and I will steal some of her points. And then lastly, we will touch on innovation and how we use technology to enhance our businesses and to help us sell the products and services that we have in our business. So let's start with compliance. And compliance often it comes across for a lot of entrepreneurs as an easy one, right? The only time you realize that you are not compliant is when you miss an opportunity because you aren't compliant. So really going back to basics, you have to go back to checking your compliance status. And in the South African context, I speak about 3 things, right? CRPC, SARS, and Department of Labor. And when people start businesses, you often think that compliance is very expensive. But let me tell you what's expensive: the risk of non-compliance. Because that's where you really run the risk of 1, your business shutting down, and 2, missed opportunities. And that's where the expensive part really comes in. Because what a non-compliant business does is miss out on opportunities available in the market. And with CRPC, I really want you to take out of this one your annual returns, your shareholders agreements, and your directors agreements. The shareholder, our previous speaker was speaking a lot about, going into business and getting investments and getting funding and all of that. And with that, often entrepreneurs, you keep forgetting that the fact that you're registered at CRPC as a director doesn't automatically assume you as a shareholder. And I want you guys to remember that, right? Because what you need to do is make sure that your shareholder agreements are in place and your director agreements are in place. Don't do business with the heart, guys. Business is a paper contract thing. Because when now we are fighting with our partners and we are having disagreements and the courts and the lawyers are asking, where's the paper trail? Then it's a never-ending story. So always remember the contractual part of it, especially for the people that are married to, because we see this a lot. A spouse passes away, then the wife needs to inherit because it was never ever dealt with in the shareholders agreement. It really becomes a mess. So always make sure that your CRPC compliance statuses, shareholders agreements, and directors agreements are always on point. And you don't need to pay a lawyer every month for it. Just get someone to do it once off for you guys. And then you can just pay the lawyers as and when you need the changes. And then the most important one, which often makes entrepreneurs very upset, is SARS compliance. Guys, you can't run away from SARS compliance. You always have to make sure that every single year you do your annual tax returns for your business. It's also a record for SARS to know that your company is still operating. And remember now with SARS compliance, we don't have SARS tax clearance certificates anymore. You print a tax pin, and whoever you give that tax pin to can go into your profile at any point to check compliance. So if you're not compliant at any specific point in time, now you can go and check. Especially if you are working with government, CSD picks up automatically that you are non-compliant with SARS. So don't run away from the SARS compliance, because that really makes you miss opportunities. And if you're not compliant on CSD, the government will not give you any contract. And SARS picks up automatically. We actually have very good systems and technology systems in the country that connect to each other, amongst all the other bad things that we have. We have very good technology infrastructure. So always make sure that your SARS compliance is right. And just from a tax perspective, take note of these 3 taxes that you must always look at. Your PAYE. As soon as you hire someone, make sure that you're paying your PAYE. even if they're below the threshold, you submit a return that says 0. If the person is earning below the threshold of what SARS has, I think it's 3,000 Rand or 3.5, just record it that the person is working, but they're below the threshold of tax. And that's why the return is 0. Make sure that you do your income taxes. And if your business is making over R1 million, make sure that you have VAT. Those are the 3 main taxes I would really encourage you to speak to your accountant about, or if you know about them yourself, always make sure that you are compliant. And lastly, the Department of Labor. What happened during COVID is that entrepreneurs couldn't claim for UIF because we're not registered with the Department of Labor for UIF and we're not paying UIF with SARS. Can you see where you missed the opportunities? So just make sure that you are compliant from a compliance perspective, you are sorted from that end. Then from your technical competence, which is the second pillar, making sure that you have the right resources in your businesses to supply quality goods and services for your customers, right? Know the industry that you are operating in, because different industries have different laws to them. If you're in agriculture, make sure that you're adhering to those laws. If you are in construction, make sure what your CIBD level is. Do a little bit of research of the specific industry that you are working in so that you are able to be technically compliant and you can then take part in opportunities that are available out there for you. Because if you don't know the laws in your industry, you're not going to be able to produce the right quality goods and services. Because even if you are producing quality goods and services, you won't be able to take part in economic opportunities if you don't have the required certifications. So just make sure that you are technically compliant and you comply with all the regulations in your specific industry. And then let's go into cash flow and financial management. Cash is king. And entrepreneurs often hear me say this, right? And there's a saying that we speak about a lot in our organization. Revenue is vanity, but cash is sanity. Because a profitable business without cash can really fail. So your cash flow management and the financial management processes in your business need to be top-notch. Top-notch. And remember, financial management is a regulatory thing, right? You have your income statement, your balance sheet, all of those beautiful things that we speak about in accounting. But the cash flow management ensures that every day customers are paying you, you are replenishing your stock, you are able to buy stock from your own suppliers, and so forth and so forth, right? And without the right cash, with the right cash flow management, then your business can also sustain itself through the cash you are getting from the sales. Often entrepreneurs say, I need funding for my business. Then I often ask, do you need funding or do you need to sell and get cash? And a lot comes with the cash flow management, because if the cash in your business is not right, many things could be happening there. You are either 1, not pricing right. 2, you are running your business as you are mixing your personal life and your business's life, right? So you're taking as and when. It's nice. Paying yourself every day. And this is also where we say, keep your business and your personal things separately. A business has its own registration number. It's its own person. You have your own ID number. You are your own person. You are not connected, right? So when you do start your business from the beginning, make sure the bank accounts are separate. Have a business bank account. You know, nothing grates me like getting an invoice and then I see payment into Capitec. Because when I see payment into Capitec, I already know that this person does not have a business bank account. And then 6 months down the line, they're going to come and say, Giti, can you help me with the funding application? I'm going to say, with what bank account, with what records, where everything is muddled up in one. Now you have to go back and restructure your financial records to make sure that you have separation between business and personal. So that one becomes very, very important. As an entrepreneur, also get into the discipline of paying yourself a salary. If you're working in your business, you pay yourself a salary as an employee of your business. You don't just take as and when, because that's how your cash flows get depleted. And then now you're looking for working capital funding. A lot of businesses don't actually need to get working capital funding if you just manage your cash right. Yes, ma'am.
So when your business can't afford to pay you a salary at a specific point, you know, and there are basic things that need to happen, like travel to a conference or whatever, how do you manage that?
Very good question. If the business can't afford to pay you a salary, then the business owes you. They owe you the money, right? Because what you then do, if you have an accountant or if you're doing it for yourself, then you'll record that I needed to be paid my salary of 10,000 Rand or whatever it is, but the business owes me this money. And at the point that you get the money, you pay yourself the salary. If your business has, if you are bootstrapping, right, which means everything is coming from you. The practice is that when you put money into your business, especially at the startup phase, you give your business a loan. You are two different people, remember. So when you start and you are bootstrapping, all the money that you're putting into your business, you are loaning the business, the entity. Kitu Pty. Kitumeti Pty Limited owes Kitumeti Ligaba every cent that I've plowed in. And as soon as the business starts making money, then you can pay me back. The business can pay me back. And you operate it like that. And that also helps with your personal records versus your business's records. Even when you are submitting your compliance things with SARS, those records are important. You actually find that, I know now I'm getting too technical about it, but SARS actually gives you rebates, you know, as your business is making the losses. They do give you rebates when your business starts making profits. So you can use some of those losses to offset the taxes. And that's the importance of making sure that your business has the right processes in place. So that's that with your cash flow management, right? And just make sure that when you are doing your budgeting as well in your businesses, your budgeting is a very realistic thing. You know, as entrepreneurs, we like to budget revenues that are so high and expenses that are so low. And then when the actual cost comes, the fluctuations are too much because you don't budget right. So always make sure that your budgeting is also realistic and your budgeting is based on actual quotes and actual pricing that is available out there. So that's that one with cash flow management, right? And then coming into financial management. Financial management is really the process of record keeping. Just make sure that you're recording your things right. Have an income and expense schedule. Have a balance sheet if you do have your assets and all of that. Have a balance sheet in place. And if you don't know how to, ask someone that does. And just get into the practice of every month making sure that recording your things properly. There are many systems out there that can be used. If you use, some of the banks even have free systems that are available on their banking apps. I know like FNB, you can use FNB to every month put together an income statement and a balance sheet at no cost to you because you're already paying the bank charge anyway. If you want to invest in a system, you can use Xero or you can use Sage, whichever one you're comfortable with, and they're all online systems that you can use. So just make sure you have you have that your cash flow and your financial management right. Which takes me back into the fourth pillar that we were speaking about, commercial competence, right? Just really having the right processes in place. Because what we do as entrepreneurs, every day we wake up, everything that we do is in our heads. One day when we fall or we're in hospital, we have an accident, no one actually knows what's happening in your business. So you falling or you being in an accident, you being in hospital means your business stops. But that's not what we want, right? We want continuity, and continuity is sustainability of a business. Processes are written down. You have what we call them in accounting terms is internal control processes. Oh, I keep forgetting I'm moving too much and I'm moving off the screen. Sorry to the people online. So just ensure that your processes are written down. So anyone that comes into the business, you can also orientate them right. You can orientate them right, and everyone operates under the same procedures. Then you eliminate the risk, of people doing their own thing. Because what you want is every day, and as entrepreneurs, you want your tasks and the activities that you are doing every day, every week, every month, every year to yield returns, right? So you must make sure that every day, every week, every month, every year, you are able to track those activities that you are doing in your company. Those also are able to help you just to pinpoint out which activities are important and which ones are not. So just make sure you have those internal controls and processes written down. Let's go into quality of the leadership team. As and when you grow, as and when you build your teams, and as and when you start to look for partners or external people to come work for you, take that activity quite seriously. The wrong people in a business can really make you fail. And just make sure that we were speaking about leadership just now. The culture of any business starts at the top, right? So just make sure that when you are starting to employ, when you are starting to increase your team, you as the leader and the founder of the business, you've built the culture that you want on your business, right? Ian Furr, he's the founder of Sobe. He calls it cultureneering. He says running a business is like going on a trip. You are the driver. You need to show the people where to go. You lead the way, and everyone else, and what your job is to do is make sure you have the right bums on the seats. He wrote a very good book about the quality of the leadership and growing teams. If you do want to read it, it's called Cultureneering. Very, very good book that speaks about building a team and just the quality of the leadership team. The next pillar, my favorite one, sales. There is no business without sales. When I often give a masterclass, a sales masterclass, and one of my last few slides in that specific masterclass, I ask the people in the room and we say, how often do you guys brush your teeth? Every day? Once, twice? Twice a day, okay. For the Lani people, twice a day. Other people, once a day. You brush your teeth, but you have to brush your teeth every day, right? Because if you don't brush your teeth, what happens? You rot. Your teeth rot, they decay. And then they start coming out. And that is sales. How often do you sell in your businesses? Every day? Every week? Every month? And brushing your teeth is like selling. You have to do it every day so that your business doesn't decay. If you're not doing it every day, you are wasting days for sales and growth. And where are you getting your pipeline? Which goes back to also that thing that I said you must ponder on. Your customers. Who are your customers? Who are these people that you are making better with your product or service? And that's why it's so important now for entrepreneurs to go back and research. As I said earlier, we are living in times that no one has ever lived in now. The landscape is completely different. So if you're not researching who your customers are, what their needs are, how to retain them, you're not going to be successful in selling. So once you know those customers, once you know what their needs are, then you must have a pipeline, and you must target your activity to the right customer. You know what entrepreneurs do? We have a spray and pray approach. You do this thing where you put an ad out to everybody, bah, like a spray, shwa, and you're hoping one person in the crowd is catching a drop, and you're not targeting your sales strategies to the right people, which is a waste of time for me if I'm not your customer. We need 36 days in 36 hours in a day, but we only have 24. So you need to make sure that your time and your selling time is used very strategically. If you are selling hair care products, I know there are people that always come to me and say, oh, Kitty, this hair is for natural, my product is for natural hair products. I say, you're wasting your time, my sister. I relax my hair. I'm not bothered about natural hair products. You need to go to someone that really is bothered about natural hair products. Get your market right. The whole of South Africa cannot be a market. I can tell you that. So if you don't target market, you are going to waste your time on selling and advertising your products to the wrong person. So just make sure you know who your customer is so that your targets can be right and you can target the right customers, people that actually have a chance of buying from you, whatever product or service that you're selling. And this is where also you come with that value proposition of yours. Sell them the better. I heard Trace the other day, even Trace, the music channel, was saying now their product offering is for consumers to be better versions of themselves. So people are really playing on words and this value proposition. So just make sure that you also, as an entrepreneur, with whatever product or service that you are selling, are playing the words for your customers to hear, right? And then let's go into the last one, innovation and technology. Now what they say with what COVID has done and what it really has enhanced in our lives is access and a global market. So if you are selling a service is quite a different thing altogether. But if you have a product, your market you have a global market now because of the connected world that we're living in. And innovation doesn't mean you need an app, or it doesn't mean everybody's going to be in an app. It doesn't mean everyone is going to be in this world that we often speak about in the platform businesses. Innovation is about how are you innovating in your business to make your processes easier in getting your products and services to your clients, and also how are you making it easier for your clients to get your products and services? What platforms are you using in your processes to be able to be more efficient in doing business? There's a lot of free tools out there that Facebook, WhatsApp, even Google has. Are you utilizing those things? You know, these things are no longer far-fetched from us. 10 years ago, we were saying, oh, my business can never be on Google. Now it's a 10-minute process of listing your business on Google. Because the first thing that people do now, when you tell them, my company is called I'm an Entrepreneur, they go and Google it. And if you're not on Google, I know we also do it a lot in funding applications. When we ask for a website, because there's some information that you don't see on the funding application, we go to your website so that we can get an overview of what the company is about. And if you don't have a website in 2022, sure, it is a big thing. Unfortunately, it is a big thing. And also what is happening now with innovation is that there's a lot of e-commerce stores that are opening up for other products to come in. So you don't always need to have your own e-commerce store for your product. You can partner with people. And that's one of the new things that COVID has done for us. It's forced us to go into partnerships. You know, now we call it the gig economy, especially the youngsters. They're very fascinated about gig economy. no one wants to work anymore. You know, they don't want full-time jobs. They don't want a salary, a pay slip. They want gigs. You want to get into a project, do the project, go, get into another project and go. So there's this new thing called the gig economy that we are all exploring. And within this gig economy, where are you making sure that people are finding you for these gigs with whatever product or service that you are selling? So just make sure that you are using the right tools and you are using the resources that are available for you as an entrepreneur to market and product your to market your product and services. Right? And then when we are also looking at innovation and technology, as I'm about to get kicked off. One of the things that I often speak about when I'm speaking to entrepreneurs is please research. There's a lot of information out there online, you know, and also one of the advantages that came from COVID, perhaps, I guess, is that people started sharing their own stories and sharing information online so that other entrepreneurs can have access to it. So if you're not sure about it, ask and Google it. But just make sure that you know, they say garbage in, garbage out. Just make sure you're actually Googling and looking at the right things, because you don't want to listen to the music that's going to make you fall down. You want music in your ears that's actually going to help you succeed. So just make sure the content that you are consuming is also right. All right? Is everyone, we on the same page? Okay, cool stuff. And while we're on that one, just also remember the acronym KYC, right? Know your customer. And I'll never stop saying this one. Guys, research, research, research. And you're never going to know your customer if you don't make research about your target market and your customer segments. Just always remember, the whole of South Africa is not your customer. Know the world. So don't do your spray and pray approach. If there's anything you take out of today, please don't do your spray and pray approach. And lastly, as we close, let me give you some key strategic goals and key strategic objectives that I want you guys to have in your businesses, right? And you can write these down. The first one, always compliance. I'll always go back to compliance. Make sure that your compliance is right. And if you're not compliant, put targets for yourself and timelines as to when you will be compliant. The second one, technology advancements. How are you using technology in your business to sell your product? Because like we said, a business is sales. What you want to see at the end of it all is not only the revenue line, because you can have revenue and have losses. You want to see revenue, you want to see profits, and you want to see cash in the bank, because cash is king. Number 3, employee development. And employee includes yourself as the entrepreneur. As and when you develop your employees, also develop yourself. You can never know, there's not a chance in life that you'll know everything. So always make sure that you are developing yourself as the founder and the entrepreneur in your business. And then lastly, your market share, which comes back to that customer thing. How are you going to make sure that you are increasing your sales? Know your market. Know the share of the market that you are operating in. And that also comes with, remember, the customer comes with 3 things, right? Who's your customer? How are you speaking to them? And how are you keeping them? Once you have the customer, you have to make sure you keep them too. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of that. And I really wish you all sustainable businesses. Keep sustainable as a keyword when you are building, because we don't want to see businesses fail, particularly Black businesses. There's so many opportunities out there for us and so much that we can do. Gile, the likes of Gile, has showed us what can happen out there when you really run your sustainable business and keep the practices and the principles always no matter how small your business is. I always say this, a 10 Rand business, 100,000 business, a million Rand business, your income statement and Discovery's income statement is the same income statement. Your balance sheet looks exactly the same as MTN's balance sheet, except they might have more lines. But the principles don't change regardless of the size of the business. So don't think you don't need business processes because you are small. Start there. Because as and when you grow, it becomes easier to run the business and grow it. Thank you.
The business doctor has spoken, and you wrote your own little recommendation that you can take to your business. What I heard a lot was work on your business as much as you work in your business. And those principles are very key. Did you know, in fact, recently, as we prepare for tea, recently one of the ESD corporates shared with me, in line with where we are among about 157 countries for small businesses, that we're somewhere around 149 in red tape for small businesses in South Africa. So it's difficult. But they allocate 260,000 Rand in their ESD budget for their beneficiaries.
Yeah.
How many of that do you think goes to compliance?
Not enough.
So
Not enough.
guess how much?
And the red tape, and before I guess, I just want to say, you know, with the red tape, and people always ask this and they say, you know, there's so much red tape in South Africa. You know, trying to get something is so difficult. But I always go back to the compliance thing. And I said, had you done your compliance from day one, you wouldn't have had this red tape. The reason why we have red tape is because 3 years later, when you are now looking for funding at SIFA and they're asking you for financials, it becomes a red tape, right? Because now you must go back and do 3 years worth of financial statements. But if you have those records in place, you just submit them. The bank statement issue. When SIFA says, give me your 6 months bank statement, if you're using your personal bank account, it's a red tape. It becomes a red tape. But if you become compliant from day one, it doesn't seem so much as a red tape. And I know there are very huge regulations and expectations from businesses. But once you get that compliance right, you have a step in. And then we can help you deal with the rest of the stuff. But if you don't have the compliance right, now when you're coming and saying, please help me with my financial statements, I'm going to charge you for the 3 years. I'm not charging you to do it once off, because I still have to go back 3 years and put the records together. And that becomes a financial red tape on people.
So 260,000 Rand per SME beneficiary in their compliance or rather in the ESD program. How much of that do you think goes to compliance?
Maybe 5,000?
240,000 Rand.
Sheesh. That's how much.
So
don't comply.
You have to listen, right? And the one thing that you set up is that technology helps you with this, right? We throw our receipts all over the show. You can simply scan it, upload it, share it with your accountant.
That's it. And if you're using a bank account, the record is in the bank account, right? So then you don't have the admin of keeping receipts and all of that. So once you're in the practice of using your business's bank account for transactions, swipe for things. Don't use cash, because cash, you lose the receipt and that never goes into record. Get into the habit of swiping for things in your business's bank account so that the record remains in the bank account. So when your accountant is doing your books, that transaction is there. It's not lost.
Yep. No, there we go. There's a mic.
Which software do you recommend for bookkeeping? What's your favorite?
I will go with Stage 1 accounting, only because I used to work there. When they launched the Stage 1 online accounting, it's an easy software to use, but not if you have stock. And I don't know if they've corrected this one, right? Because when you have a lot of stock in your business, you need a system that can really help you with the stock control. and always keep record of the level of stock that you have in your business. If you don't have stock, Sage 1 accounting is the best, I think would be the best one to use. But if you do have stock, just make sure you have an additional one that helps with the stock control, because a stock control in a business is very important.
Yeah. And like they own 67% of the South African market. So
Yeah.
they're kind of leading. There's another question. Where's the mic? No? Anything online? Did anyone have a question there? No? No? So I agree with you. When financiers look at your business, they want to know the problem that you solve, not that your problem is that you need 500,000. And then, of course, they look at your financial culture. What do you do with money comes in and out? And then, of course, your wealth dreams, which is your budget. And if you just change those two words, your whole culture, how you look at finances change.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And how do people find you?
You can find me on LinkedIn, the business doctor Kitumeti Ligaba. Also on Twitter at Kitu Ligaba. You can find me. Don't find me on Instagram. I dance there. I don't. But you can definitely find me on LinkedIn. I'm very active on LinkedIn, and I will reply to the responses.
Thank you, Doctor, the business doctor. And so with that, as she goes and we prepare for tea for everyone online, what I heard is D, give your customers delight, because then they become loyal customers. And don't run a business without a great margin. It's your sustainability. And then D, right? So it's DMD. Do the difficult things and do it so well that your competitors, follow you. That's what Sislin Dewey also said, right? Lead. So it's DMD. And with that, enjoy your tea and your donuts. And we'll be back shortly. Thank you. That was a good start to the morning. And to everyone online, if you're there, we know you're there. Go get your tea. And then we come back, we'll take some of the comments that was there. And we've got a nice pack session again when we come back. Thank you. I also would like you to just quickly introduce yourself. What problem you're solving, who you're doing it, and what's your company name and your name, and a little bit about the history and why this disruption is such a critical thing over the next couple of days. So we have on Zoom um, Charles Tabang. There, can you hear?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, we can't see you. Or is this just on my screen?
Interesting.
There we go. Charles, you guys, you're putting up a big technology hub. So tell us a little about that too, and yourself, and please go into your presentation. We'd love to ask questions at the end, get everyone involved. So straight off to you, it will be Gugu, and we'll run your presentation from here. And then after that, it would be Francisca, and then we'll go into the question and answer. So as soon as it's done, I'd love you to just then step in. Okay, I want to get more engagement time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Charles Taka, and I'm the General Manager, 250 Startups, which is a tech hub that established way back in 2016 with the aim of supporting innovators around the world. And we've been able to support a couple of them in the region. And some of these companies are at scale, some of them have failed, which is part of life. And growth, we have seen the growth in different areas, and some challenges also with supporting entrepreneurs, as some of them will really be tackling moving forward in this session today. Um, when we look at how far we have moved and where we are, I normally tell the young innovators that I deal with here that we are also a startup. We are looking ways to survive, we are looking ways to scale, we are looking ways to contribute and solve those real problems by supporting you guys in different ways. And a few things that we really look into when taking an innovator that I would think people in the audience and try to put forward is coming up with the biggest question is you've been using someone's innovation where we seated this Zoom that I'm using. It's someone's innovation. The big question is, what have you done? What are you contributing to the world in terms of innovation? When switch on the light and switch off, someone is innovation, you're using it. When you put food on the table, it's the same thing. So the biggest question that the innovators, the ladies that are really listening to us today, is what have you contributed at the end of the day to make the world better? When we see climate change, when you look at different global challenges that are global problems that we have, what can you tackle? And start from the different places that you are. You don't need to travel around the world. You just need to look into your community. What is the biggest problem that actually you have that you can solve? In that way, it's very simple. And now, when it comes to disruption of technology, a couple of years, and I'll really draw the example of Rwanda, where I'm based now. Way back in 2016 when we were starting this tech hub, it was really hard to tell people, we're going to support technology, tech startups, and it wasn't really, sounding easy and good. There was a lot of questions. You talk of prototype, you talk of all that. It wasn't really an easy job. Boom, COVID-19 came, and it opened people's eyes in terms of how technology can really be of use in different ways that I will really discuss moving forward. But now, when you look at the use of technology as we speak now, it's increasing. And when you look at specifically ladies coming into the space, like the CEO of different companies in Rwanda, different organizations, but also startup, the co-founders, we have seen more women comes in. Now, go back to the technology a little bit. The importance of digital disruption. I mean, when you look at its advantage, there are many ways, but it's important for organizations to embrace technology. But also, I will speak into perspective of startups. in one way. When an industry is experiencing the digital disruption, it's typically signal that the consumer needs are shifting. And that's if you're trying to think of coming up with an innovation or you have one, it's very important to note that this technology has made us really see how the consumer's needs are shifting. In which way? In different ways. And we need really to be careful when we're thinking of technology moving forward. Understanding the disruptions allows companies to keep existing customers happy, number one, as well as create opportunities for new customers, because that's the sustainability that we are talking about in different ways for the customer. But also it gives us, the company, a better idea of human behavior and how trends may occur over time as the company grows. Now, I'm talking about not a project. If you're coming up with a project, if you have a project, it's coming and it's lasting for a few years and it's done. I'm talking about the sustaining the company. But again, when you look at it, the few best practices that to follow that ensure digital disruptions are more of an opportunity than a threat. I'll talk about two to three things, if not four. One is pursue the initiatives that might cause disruption. And most important, ladies, do not be afraid to be the disruptor, because if you want to stay on the top and you enjoy this, the first advantage for the company, again, you need to think of how innovative, how am I disrupting? Many people used to think, use the word of thinking out of the box. How different, how unique the solution you're coming up with this initiative. It's very important as we move forward. Now, number two is consolidate the data assets and use them to make the decisions. Big data and use of the data, it's something that has been proved to be a little bit hard and simple depending on where the angles that we're seated. But how do we make sure that we use the data to make informed decisions? Okay. Something that I've seen on Facebook, when you go on Facebook currently, you will see a video that there's a lot of video, but the video that is rates either because they know who you are, then they'll put an advert that you're likely to be interested. And sometimes they pause you, not sometimes, most cases, they pause you a little bit and receive that advert there. They must that you need to listen to, and then they decide to continue on. Now, the big question here, how do they come up to know that actually might be interested in that? It's things you watch, and then they collect the data on monthly basis, on yearly basis, and then they get the informed decision to get to know which advert they are going to give you. So ladies, if you're really coming up with a technology solution, trying to solve any problem in the community, we need to think of how to use the data to make informed decision at the end of the day. Now, brainstorm, then another thing is brainstorm the idea to entirely unique product and service and channels. I mean, if you're really trying to solve a community problem and you're coming up with a solution, we need to think, brainstorm. And I normally tell young people, innovators, using the business model canvas. I'm assuming that some people in the audience, or they know about this tool. How do you make sure that you tackle the unique of the product, the services, the channels that you're going to use, and make sure before you actually put it forward, the team or you've brainstormed in different ways to make sure that, again, make that informed decision. And lastly, employ customer data in the new and innovative ways. I mean, we have seen that how do we add in the value in different ways that is coming up. I've been looking at different statistics here in women starting a business, owning business. And there is an interesting one that I've seen when the first person, way back in 1739, when a woman didn't have an opportunity that they have like what we have today. And Eliza Lucas had to take control of her family business, which was a plantation, at the tender age of 16 in South Africa, and South Carolina. Sorry for that. Now, when you look at this woman starting his this business, I mean, owning this business and going into operation in 1739. It is many years that I have, I mean, now. But when you look at the current status of how women are really doing tremendous work, the big question I really have is, what have you done as a woman? And one of the few things I'll talk about is being bold. Stand on your feet and know that you can, because we have seen that women, they can do a lot. Now, when it comes to the statistics of different women that are doing that, that's something that you can research and know that these are human beings. There is no rocket science in starting a business. There is also in 1963, Catherine Graham had to take over the post, the CEO of the publishers that has died, the husband, and she has to take over. Guess what? Within 1 year, she had to generate the revenue of 1 billion, and that was when people don't think that women can really take over that. So this can brought this up is to inspire you to think that you can. It's not like rocket science. It's not something that is impossible. And then I'll keep it from there. Back to you, MC.
Thank you, Charles. Few nuggets there, and Kugu. We want to get through your presentation so that we can, interrogate all three of you. So let's go.
Thank you.
So while they get up, if you just kind of say, what you guys do, who you do it for, and what your organization is, and a little bit about yourself.
Okay, thank you. I am Gugu Sema is my surname. I work for the MICT SITA. I've been with the SITA over 10 years now. The SITA, we are in the business of solving problems or skills problems in the country. We are mandated to ensure that South Africa, especially the ICT industry, have the relevant skills that the business is currently in need of. So that's what we do. And my role there, I'm a senior manager for IR, looking after the 4IR division, and also ensuring that the MICT SITA is well positioned in terms of responding to this technological advancement in relation to skills development. That's what I do. And it is a pleasure to be here, and thank you for the opportunity inviting the MICT SITA to be part of this event.
You've got to point that way.
It's technology, digital disruption.
Sometimes you have to point between those two people in the place.
This is 3IR. Thanks. So I am going to, my presentation will cover these three aspects. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the MICT SITA, digital, and the trends. Maybe you need to come here and be with me. So the MICT SITA is one of the 21 SITAs that we have in the country. We've got about 21 SITAs. We were established in terms of the Skills Development Act. This is the act that gave birth to all the SITAs that we have. Each SITA is attached to a particular industry. We are the SITA that operates within these 5 subsectors: the advertising, the film and electronic media, electronics, information technology, and the telecommunication. So we are looking after these 5 subsectors in terms of skills development. The companies that are operating in this 5 subsectors in total, they are almost or plus minus 29,000 companies that are in these 5 subsectors. The biggest of these sectors is the information technology or the ICT. That's where this whole technological advancement are happening. This digital disruption is happening, followed by the telecommunication, the electronics, advertising, as well as the film and electronic media subsector. Now, the story of digital, or the digital agenda in South Africa, it all started in 2018, just after our president has visited Davos, and again after what the world has been declared that we are in the fourth industrial revolution. Following that, we have seen at the national level, the president came back and appointed, for the first time in the SONA in 2019, in his speech, he talks about fourth industrial revolution, digital economic. He make emphasis on the development of digital skills in South Africa. And they followed by the appointment of the Presidential Commission, those 30 individuals that were appointed by the president, mandated to conduct research in the country and consult across all the industries, and later presented the report to the president on where we are as a country in terms of digital, or in terms of the fourth industrial revolution. And that report came with some recommendations. And most of the recommendations, they talk about the skills development, how the country needs to take advantage, and ensure that we develop digital skills. Now, as at the MICT-SETA level, we followed a similar approach where we issued a call or invitation for nomination for individuals to participate on our 4IR advisory committee that was in 2019. And later, the committee was therefore established. It was launched by the then Minister of Digital and Telecommunication, Mr. Ndabeni. And in the very same year, a decision was taken that we need to have this committee with 4 streams, that is research, education, policy, and labor. And these committees, we still have the committee in existing. It has got 44 active members. These are members coming from the industry, from academia, government, TVET colleges, as well as universities, in-house advising the MICT-SETA in relation to digital skills, or in relation to fourth industrial revolution matters. In the research work stream, we've got 12 members. Education stream, we've got 14 members. Policy, 11 members. Labor, we've got 8 members who are serving in those committees. And these committees were mandated to assist the MICT-SETA to develop a digital skills strategy. And this strategy was developed, the governance for this strategy was through these 4 committees. And later we had a test team that put together all the views of these people who are serving on the committee to consolidate and have one a document. Now, in developing this strategy, we had to empathize with the country and empathize with the sector and ourselves, because by the time this fourth industrial revolution was introduced, the rest of the world were already ahead in terms of adopting different technologies in their business, in government, and also in schools or in skills development. And in developing then the strategy, we have adopted 2 frameworks, the design thinking, and that's where the empathy came from, to say, had we know what we knew back in 2019, if we knew what we knew then, around around 2015, what could we have done as an industry or as a country? Because we could have been ahead, especially when it comes to the fourth industrial revolution, or this digital digitization or digital skills, because all these technologies, it brings about, skills gaps. And the rest of the world, countries like Rwanda, back in 2015, they already had a national digital skills strategy that assisted them to be where they are in terms, or to be advanced in terms of technology, in terms of digital skills. So in developing this strategy, we then had to, you know, adopt this framework that assisted us, you know, to be able to develop the strategy with that empathy in mind, and also, you know, asking ourselves certain questions that later will be addressed by the strategy. We also adopted a strategy development tool, a Harvard model. And this was because we had this access of industry people in-house who are assisting us, you know, some who had been studying in Harvard, you know, so we had to tap into those skills and into those knowledge, and that really assisted us. And that is the power of collaboration. So this all happened during COVID. We started doing that during COVID, when everybody was locked down. We were busy working with those people who are coming from the industry, preparing for the time such as this, that when we are over COVID, what do we need to do? How do we then respond, especially when it comes to skills development or digital skills? Now, the vision of the strategy, it's a sector that benefits from enhanced digital skills, realigned workforce, redesign ecosystem, and research. The mission is to realign the labor workforce with 4IR skills demand to focus on industry-specific research agenda in support of the redesigned education ecosystem, digital skills, intervention, and innovation. You can see in both our mission and vision, research is at the center, because we can't be talking digital disruption without research. It is through research that today we know that we are in the 4th industrial revolution era. It is through research that we know that there are skills gaps that has been brought about this digital disruption. And therefore, research is at the center. Research is the core of what we need to do in order to position ourselves or to be competitive as a country, in order to make sure that we develop the relevant skills that the industry needs to also to contribute to our economy development. Now, what does this strategy seek to address at higher level? As I've indicated, this strategy, it mirrors all these advisory committee, advisory work stream. We've got education. The education has got 5 goals with 6 strategic objectives. Research, 2 goals, 3 strategic objectives. Labor, it has got 2 goals with 5 strategic objectives. At high level, this strategy replaces critical and scarce skills with what we call future skills or digital skills that the economy needs. It calls for the funding of 4IR from 4IR learning program from the ECD to post school, because we will be fooling ourselves to start introducing our young people on digital skills at the post-school, where we are currently mandated to operate as a SETA. But we need to introduce, however, we need to introduce this digital, agenda or discussion or exposing our young people as young as from the ECD. I'm happy that yesterday I interacted with one of the lady here that says we've been in this digital space where we are training teachers. We are bringing digital skills for teachers, for schools. So they are bridging the gap at that level. This strategy is also introducing the 4IR learning program to unemployed youth and retrenched workers for the first time in the history of the SETA. In the 20 years since the SETAs have been established, we had to plan and think of people who have been retrenched. We know that a lot of people during COVID, they have lost their jobs. And now, how do we get these people back to the economy? We need to give them skills, relevant skills. And there will be those who cannot come back as employees, but they will come back as entrepreneurs. And that also include women, young women that will come back as entrepreneurs and take up opportunities and come back with innovations that will bring solutions to our country, bring solutions to the industry. We need more people like Keles and the rest of the women who are doing different in the ICT space. And then lastly, the strategy, it calls for the recruitment of unemployed youth from township or rural areas into entrepreneurship programs. So we need to expose our young people. Now, in summary, high level again, what we managed to achieve through this digital skills strategy and collaboration with the industry, we have established the advisory committees. We have established research chairs across public universities where we are funding masters and PhD candidates who are conducting research in the 4IR themes. We have developed to date qualifications that are addressing the skills gap which were brought by this digital disruption or this technological advancement. We have formed we've identified strategic partners where we have signed MOUs, and these strategic partners are assisting the MICT to implement these strategies because we can't do it ourselves. We have learned that collaboration is the key for success across all the businesses. So digital disruption, what does it mean? Again, research, what McKinsey and company have done, they've came up with this research that there are 12 digital or disruptive technologies, and these are just few of them, but there's a lot that we have seen that have disrupted our economies, but these are the 12 that I'm sharing with you today. Now, these technologies, they not only disrupt, they are, good things of the technologies. There are also negative part of the technologies, but that is a story for another day. But for today, adopting some of these technologies, it will enhance business. It will assist, to deliver, services in a different way. So through this technology as a SETA, we have managed to achieve work that could have been done in 3 weeks, in 3 years, or in 5 years. So during COVID, while a lot of people were locked, we have taken an advantage of using a mobile, internet technology where we bring together the industry to assist the MICT to develop the qualifications that we have developed. Under normal circumstances, the work that has been done and managed to achieve in a short period of time, we could have perhaps achieved that maybe in 3 or 5 years, but using the technology, adopting this technology, it assisted us, to come up with a qualification in a very short period of time. Now, in terms of the trend, what we have been doing and we have adopted, as I've indicated, we have established research chairs, and our research chairs, they are based on 3 pillars: research, innovation, services, training, and human capacity. It's happening with all the universities that we have established this initiative. Now, these research chairs, they are also in response to this national skills development policy that states that we need to produce more than 100 doctoral candidates per year. We need to expand science and technology and innovation on output by increasing research and development spending. So as a result, then we have established these research chairs where we are funding the students. Now, the purpose for these research chairs is to provide or give opportunity to our young people to innovate, to make use of these technologies that has been introduced now. To date, we have taken all the MICT ICT project, giving it to the universities instead of us going out to market, procure, or tender, for a system. We have decided that we will give it to our young people to develop that, and we will use that system, a learner management system. And this system will be used by other SETAs. We already have other SETAs who have interest in using this. And this is a very good story, giving opportunities to our young people, because there is a talent in South Africa. Yeah. We have also taken the rest of the project, as we are seeing there listed, to the universities. We've got University of Limpopo, busy with the college and SETA Times website, University of Johannesburg, the MICT internet and mobile app. Now I'm rushing because I said the last
you got 30 seconds. No.
Yes.
You got 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Just want to share the qualifications that we have developed, and these are the qualifications that are aimed to address these digital skills gaps.
I think Tabang is working with
Tabang, please assist.
It's like there we go.
Yeah. These are some of the qualifications that we've already developed.
Oh, that's good.
They have been endorsed by both QCTO and SAQA. So those who are here, who have interest in getting accreditation, you are welcome to see me.
Next
you are
slide.
welcome to go to our website and get the accreditation and roll out this program. Skilled our South African youth, those who are also retrenched. We concluded on blockchain, 3D printing, extended reality, and these are proudly South African qualifications for a lot of young people and unlock a lot of opportunities for our young people.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Wow. There was 33 there, right? There was 33.
Yes.
And
33.
I gave 30 seconds, but that extra 3 seconds worked. So wonderful. Francisca, you are there? There's so
Yes,
many
I'm
questions
here.
I have. There's so many questions I have. So I hope, you guys are putting down your questions, put it in the chat. Francisca, you've been around the world. That taxonomy that you showed early on, I'm sure that was nothing new for you because you've evolved over the years over different countries. So as you kind of greet everyone, please tell us, what you guys are doing, who you're solving it for, what the company's name is, and of course, a little bit about yourself. Thank you.
All right. Yes, let me, if I could have sharing rights as well, so I can share my slides.
Cool. So while they do that, why don't you just
Yes.
talk a little bit about, what you guys are solving and for who?
All right. Okay, thank you for that. And of course, thank you for this opportunity. Been able to listen in even yesterday's sessions, and there's some amazing speakers and discussion topics going on. So it's really amazing work you're all doing here. As mentioned, my name is Francisca Zanga. I'm the COO at Vilgrow Africa. And Vilgrow Africa is an incubator and an impact investment company. So we support startups across the continent with providing them with investment readiness training, incubation, fundraising, and investor showcasing, and a lot of support really to help their organizations grow. We also provide technical assistance support to other organizations who are looking to invest in the startup space within the continent. So we've collaborated with organizations such as AI4D, ICC Change, we have Johnson & Johnson Foundation, or even the Boehringer Ingelheim Social Engagement Fund. So we are able to help them in facilitating how to invest and how to further support startups within the African continent. So let me share my screen. Right. So yeah, so again, it's really great to be joining you all. And one of the questions I was asked to speak to is how we as Vilgrow have managed to keep up with the ever-changing trends of technology and how we have supported female entrepreneurs in the space and and to also share a few success stories that we have. So to answer this question, I broke it down into 3 main parts. The first one speaking a bit to digital trends, to how the support we give to female entrepreneurs, and of course, sharing a few of the success stories that we have. And I'll start off with talking about some of the digital trends that are there. So looking at technology and based on our own internal research, we identified that 90% of funding, which comes into the continent, went to tech or tech-enabled companies and of course, majority of that going into the fintech sector, having received majority of VC funding. Now, the domination of the fintech sector can be attributed to the key challenge it aims to solve, which is access to financial services within the African continent. You can also see there we have other sectors such as consumer, discretionary, industry, utilities, and this just shows how that 90% was distributed among the sector. So bearing in mind that 140 million, we have 140 million internet users in sub-Saharan Africa, then this goes to show that digitization is less about if we are to digitize, and rather more on when to digitize. So looking at this even, you can see that, for example, when we're talking about consumer discretionary, here we're talking about services and products that are offered through digital platform or through leveraging technology. And we've seen, especially, as Google has mentioned, there's a lot that went into technology during the COVID times. And a lot of companies had to rethink their approach to make sure that they can meet and reach their consumers, even at times when you cannot easily transport or easily have face-to-face sessions. And that is why you'll notice even that increase in terms of funding going into, majority of it going into tech and tech-enabled companies. So what does this mean for us who are in the incubation space? Well, in order to ensure that we can effectively support startups across the continent, we have had to move away from the traditional method of setting up offices in every country when it comes to expansion, or even as we operate, but instead leverage on technology and partnerships. So some of the platforms that have allowed us to support over 50,000 startups across 10 countries include one being the Vilgro Africa in-house platform called Vitals. So this is a customized pipeline and portfolio management platform, which provides data storage, data analytics, and reporting mechanisms. So it was initially designed for the Vilgro franchise, but currently is available to other hubs outside the franchise. So what this does is incubators and various hubs are able to have registrations for their incubation run through the platform. They're able to manage their pipeline. They're able to prepare some insight and data generated reports. They're able to keep track on the progress of the startups within their particular portfolio within that one platform. We have also heavily leveraged automation by working with customizable platforms that allow for data tracking of startup applications, information prompts for our analysts to ensure consistency along the process, and interoperability with third-party systems as needed. So in looking to implementation, any new system in the organization, I am a firm believer that it's important to get a system that can do a lot in one and less of having multiple systems for different things, but more so in finding systems that allow you to customize it based on your need. And so that is something that we've done a lot within Vilgro, is leverage on partner systems which can be customizable to our own internal needs and which ensure consistency and best service for our partners and our clients, and the clients here being the startups, in terms of their relationship and how the kind of support they get from the organization. So the other way in which we have leveraged technology and changes in technology trends. So again, given that we have 140 million internet users within sub-Saharan Africa, you will often find that majority of these users, especially companies, are part of a certain network. So leveraging on these networks, so these are networks such as AfriLabs, such as VC4A and others who have already an existing virtual pool of incubators and startups. It makes it easier for other organizations. So you can leverage on these networks when you're trying to reach investors, when you're trying to grow your pipeline as a hub, or when you're trying to look for opportunities for collaboration with other entities within the space. So you don't have to necessarily create your own network from scratch, but you can explore partnership with these organizations to be able to effectively meet that market that you have, be able to reach your target market. And then last but not least, in training, while leveraging video conferencing tools for workshops and masterclasses and seminars has proven to be handy, especially during the COVID era, we find that also startups aren't always able to join these sessions because of the fact that a startup founder is often wears many hats. So they're the ones who are often doing everything within the organization, and more often than not, when these events are happening, when these training sessions are going on, they aren't necessarily free to join and they end up missing that opportunity to learn. So we have also as a franchise, we have an internal in-house platform called the Knowledge Hub for Incubating Incubators. And there are templates, there are information, there's training videos and training guides on how to set up a hub and how to effectively manage it. And there's also some guiding questions as well. And for those who do join the Incubating Incubators program, they also get certified afterwards. And we've also partnered with an organization, this is actually a South African organization called Thinkubate, where we have developed 1,000, where they were able to get 1,000 licenses for the startup within our portfolio to gain also a virtual training platform. And this is mainly for startups where they can access information on how to set up a company. They get tools and they get templates, and then there's some guiding videos on some of the basic principles when it comes to setting up your finances, or even how to go about running your business as well. So leveraging on these platforms make it easier for the startup to be able to learn at their own time and at their own pace without disrupting the day-to-day work and hassles that they're going through as they build the business. So now, you had asked how we've supported female-led startups, and we've been able to especially leverage on these platforms and the tools that we have to support them as well, in terms of leveraging our technology. But we've also gone a little bit further, especially for the female-led startups within our portfolio. And in order for us to effectively see how best we can support them, we first needed to take a step back and see what are some of the challenges that they are facing that are especially unique to the female-led enterprises. So one of the previous speakers mentioned cultureneering, and we as an organization have created a culture where gender equity within the organization and within our portfolio companies as well is paramount. So we also do show the benefit even to our portfolio companies of ensuring that their teams have a sense of gender diversity. But then how do we support female-led companies? In the just concluded Investing in Impact series, we spoke to various women in the startups and investment space. These included founders, investors, women in STEM, and women sitting on keyboards. And one of the discussions we had were we were able to identify a few commonalities in terms of the challenges that they faced. So the first one being access to financing. And you'll even see that according to a report done by Quartz Africa, for every $1, women get $1 for every $15 raised in African startups. So $1 out of the 15 goes to female-owned tech startups. This is just 6.5%. So you can clearly see that even the funding that is directed to female-led startups, there is already a large gap there. There's a disparity there. So this is tied to the second challenge raised around bias as well. And we've seen in scenarios where, and even during the investment impact talk, a lot of the startups mentioned while the male-led entities who were pitching would be asked technical questions, we find that for female-led enterprises during these showcases and board meetings, they would be asked things like, well, what happens when you start a family, right? Yeah, and it's quite surprising. So, so what we are trying to do is create a bit more awareness and even give the push in terms of making sure that the ecosystem as a whole is evolving, in the sense that we're making sure that we are able to create that clear visibility and alignment in terms of focusing on what it is that they are actually trying to solve, and focusing on the main issue here, and less so on saying that on minimizing that bias, right? And then another challenge that we identified is mentorship. So while the number of women in leadership positions has increased over time, there is still a gap. And this gap does also cascade down when it comes to mentorship as well, because we do still have more male leaders, or rather more men in leadership positions than women. So that, and we find that sometimes male leaders aren't comfortable mentoring women. And so that's also been a call that we've been making to say that we should be more intentional about the mentorship. So, so this is some of the things that we've identified. And there's also a research done by an organization called the We Rise program. It's part of one of our Vilgro franchises, and we find that funding, just going to even what I mentioned under the Investing for Impact. So funding even from that program came up top and center in terms of the challenges that female-led enterprises face, and you can see the numbers there as 75 of those surveyed mentioned that it was most important. And then this was followed by technical assistance with industry and business mentorship following closely. So, so what does it mean in terms of the support that we provide to the female-led startups at Vilgro Africa? So we provide them first and foremost with investment readiness training. And this looks at 5 points, right? So we have a 5-point de-risking mechanism where we, okay, all right. So we have a 5-point de-risking mechanism where we assess the startup space and support them on team formation, financial modeling, business modeling, product and service, and exit feasibility. So we often provide funding, and Vilgro is more often than not a first-time funder, but we find that that helps them to be able to gain additional funding, right? So to date, we've invested about $1.8 million in our portfolio, and this has led to follow-on funding of roughly about $20 million. So we also provide mentorship, and as seen from the data, that's very key. We also act as a reference point. So there is a startup within our portfolio who was able to gain $1.2 million from USAID, and this was based on a reference and support letter from our executive chair. So we also organize investor showcasing, and we provide coaching as well. So in addition to that, and to close off, I'm running out of time. Okay, so on the aspect of information sharing, we've put together our last Investing for Impact series was focused on on supporting female-led enterprises. So here we heard from different people across the board, and we're able to bringing a lot of great speakers to talk about gender-led investing. And we also recently rolled out a female-led health tech startup in Ghana call, which is targeting, looking to invest up to $50,000 in 5 female-led enterprises in Ghana. And to close, this is an example.
A lot.
I just want to share a success story.
Close there. I'm just going to ask you to close there. We want to get questions out to you guys. So the slides will be available, right? But I do want, there was so much data here, right? And so we're talking about the digital disruption, and disruption happens with data. There's just a lot that Charles shared, from a South African from an African perspective, South African perspective, and an African perspective, talk about, that qualifications and how we open source that throughout the African continent. And it's the first time really I had the experience of a woman-led incubator, VC builder, have this kind of data available. And so this is quite, Francisca, this was awesome information. You're more than welcome. There's your data. People can just snapshot. So, Charles, you spoke about Kratoa. Have you ever heard of Camps Bay in Cape Town? Charles?
Yes.
Still there? Everyone knows it, right? It's the strip of the strips. And that used to be a farm owned by a woman of color called Kratoa. And that's what Charles was mentioning. That was 19 or 16 something. And how much does anyone that want to go back, and it's going to take a long time, right? But what was interesting, what Francisco said, is that we have 140 million users of the internet. News Africa said that we have 716 developers, software developers on the African continent. 121,000 of those are in South Africa. It could be 140. So the research was just over a year old or two. But on the entire African continent, there's 140,000 female software developers. Right? So the work that you're doing and the tech hubs and the incubators and the gender lens funding ecosystem support organizations is very important. But I thought we have 600,000 educational institutions on the African continent, and they can't produce 2 4IR, Africans per year. That would give us 1.2 million in 1 year, right? Based on the stuff that you have done. I also wanted to give you another stat that we have just over 700 kind of entrepreneurship centers on the African continent. 350 of them are part of AfriLabs. They are tech hubs, and there's very few women-led tech hubs and incubators that is on the African continent. AB4R and a few others make up about 10, 12 in South Africa. We have about 255. Guess how much incubators is around the world? Well, I ask you, since you have a mic, guess.
I have no idea.
About 20,000
Sure.
plus 22,000. 7,000 plus of them sits outside of China. Guess where the rest is sitting? 15,000 incubators, accelerators, tech hubs, right? We are the same amount of people on the African continent. So we do need 10,000 tech hubs, incubators, but what we need more is 60% of those should be female focused intentionally. So some questions from the audience. Anyone? Anyone? You do tech. Yes. And so what stood out for you? And what question do you have? Burning question, something that's just there. Or maybe there's too many and you're trying to catch one.
Okay, for me, I think one of the things that stood out and that got me quite excited is the fact that all those qualifications have been released. Okay, all those qualifications have been released by the MICT SETA. So people like myself, running businesses like the one I do, both freelance and otherwise, are able to actually get accreditation and get opportunities. Earlier on, I think it was Kitumete who spoke about compliance, and I think we are closer to that point of compliance. Maybe we had this conversation, but for the benefit of everybody else, maybe we can be walked through, the process of getting those accreditations and what we can do once we've got that accreditation for those qualifications. What then can entrepreneurs do with that? Yeah, those qualifications.
Yes, I'm going to allow Gugu to answer that just now. Thank you. Question. And yeah, there's 2 more on the floor, and then Tabang, is there anything from the internet? Go for it.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation from MICT SETA. So what I want to find out, you said you have strategic partners. So how do we partner with you? How do we become one of your strategic partners? And secondly, I heard you spoke about entrepreneurship programs. So those entrepreneurship programs, how do you recruit? How do you go out there in the rural areas? What should we look out for so that we can encourage our unemployed youth to access those programs? And yeah, thank you.
Was there another one?
Yeah. Thank you very much. I just wanted to comment and just congratulate particularly the MICT,
MICT,
SETA, I
Mike.
think for me, what stands out is the amount of work you were able to do during the COVID period. Yeah, I think that just the ability to be able to compress what you say 3 to 5 years work in 3 weeks is tech in its own. That is what technology is about. And I just want to congratulate you for that.
Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. What I would like to know is how long are your programs, your training programs? And number two, for companies and private, for individuals, how do we best become trainers or assessors? You know, what is it do we pay? Is there a fee that we pay in order for anyone out there to be part of this MIC CETA programs?
Great. Lots of questions for you, Gugu. Charles, I'm like, we certainly need more tech hubs. And some of them, I figure most of them, is not intentional and exclusively for women. What do you think? Should we? Is there a case for that? Right? Kratoa intentionally only took women in destitute and made them her partners. And that's how she became the wealthiest woman, most influential during the late 16th century, early 7th century.
Thank you so much for that question. When you look at, as you say, the statistics that are affected, hubs that are founded by women, I mean, we have few. And even that comes into, when it comes to technology and the involvement of female in technology. I'll draw the case, let's say, for example, in Rwanda, it has been challenging and coming up with even tech solution, because, and it comes to the education background. And I remember having different couple of discussion with the different government and private sector that are in charge of this STEM and involving women, putting different advantages, because when, and one of the discussion we had with women is like, when they think of coming up with, let's say, for example, going into engineering, they think of lifting heavy things, let's say going into handling like things that requires, muscles and lifting, all that. So it's a perception that we had to really deal with and see. And when you look at now than before the last 5 years, the increase in women and starting different hubs within Kigali here, it's really promising at the end of the day, but it's not enough. It's not enough. And it's something that we need really come in as also men, because most cases when we talk of women, we forget our involvement. What can we do in order to really empower and be close, support them, even when they come up with something? How do you guide them? Someone mentioned about the mentorship, talking to them and putting some policies with different government institutions that are actually encourage them to come up with different specifically hubs, but we need to start from the education there in order to have the skills to coming up with these tech hubs.
So your next hub, Charles, take the entire budget and give it to a women organization and get them to do it. How's that?
Yes.
And you're already getting accolades here, right? Francisca, as Charles kind of finished off, he spoke about policies. Throughout the African continent, we have the startup policy. Everyone here in South Africa, everyone is talking about it. But we only have about 4,000 startups in South Africa. That's what recently was published. Do you think, because of the contribution and the need and the disruption that women tech founders would bring throughout the African continent, I'm like, most new businesses that is established is by women, so it is the new majority, or are the new majority. Do you think we need a startup policy, Francisca, for women tech founders and women tech hubs? before we even talk about a broader, should we disrupt that?
All right. So when you say as a startup policy for women tech founders, so are you talking about like mandating?
Like forget about the startup policy that's general, right?
Mhm.
Should we as the majority, should there be the majority of women go, we need a startup policy and an entrepreneurship policy for women first before we look at the general startup policy? Is there
Well,
a disruption point there?
That's a very good question. And what I'll say is when you really work with these startups and when you really take the time to listen to them and to understand some of the challenges that they're facing, a lot of those challenges are actually similar to some of the challenges any other startup would have faced, whether or not it was female or male-led. It's just that there's an additional layer that comes to it for female-led startups in the cases of bias and so on. So I wouldn't say that we need a specific policy in place for female-led startups, because at the end of the day, they will all be competing in the same space as other male startups. But what I would say, and also going to the earlier question you asked, Charles, it's important for all hubs to be able to support. So I believe that every hub should at least have a dedicated program for female-led startups, right? As opposed to creating something separate for the women, because then that does create some sort of separation. So now that brings it a step forward in saying that we should have some sort of general guidelines that also emphasizes and creates the need for us to have for us to be able to empower more female-led startups. So it does even pull from the case of how, you know, the government here in Kenya set up the women rep in order to increase the number of women in politics. But it didn't have, that role didn't necessarily have the same impact as a governor would. But if you sensitize people more and more on the importance of female leadership, is when we're now seeing an actual increase in female leaders within the gubernatorial and so the more.
I must say that I expected a different answer. Yesterday, somebody was saying that we need there's a boys' club, we need a girls' club, right?
No, I think we need to integrate.
I don't want to. I'm gonna hand over to Gugu, right? But I was also told yesterday, how do you say, my company is worth $4 million intentional? So many questions.
I'll cap some of the questions. The first and the last question I put together. The accreditation, how do we get accreditation? The process, it is a process. It is about compliance. So it starts with QCTO. QCTO, it's a qualification Council of Trades and Occupation. If you Google, you will get QCTO on their website. You will search for letter of intent. In that letter of intent, you will indicate the qualifications that you want to apply for. So all the accreditation for all the SITAs, it starts with QCTO. So firstly, you would, I will suggest you go to the MICT SITA website, look at the list of the qualifications that are there, identify them. Then by the time you visit the QCTO, you've got an idea of all the qualifications that you wish to apply accreditation for. And once you have put that letter of intent, QCTO will then give you a reference letter. With that reference letter, then you will approach the SITA, not necessarily us as MICT SITA, but this is a generic process for all 21 cities. So once you have that, you then approach the MICT SITA. Then there are accreditation requirements that you need to still fulfill as an organization or as a company that apply for accreditation. Then once that is completed, then MICT, you submit to MICT SITA, then an advisor will visit you We also have adopted a system where we are no longer visiting physically, but we conduct these site visits virtually. So just to fast track, our processes. And also we are in ICT sector, so we must also lead by example. So, and then that will be done. And then if you meet all the requirements, then you will get your accreditation. Now, as a SETA, we not only, our mandate is not only provide accreditation, but we also provide funding. So from time to time, we do advertise for funding when the funding window is available. So you can apply for funding to implement those programs. Now that's where you will take those programs to the rural areas and also to the urban areas where you want to, develop skills. Now, in terms of the partnership, we identify companies based on their capabilities and resources to become our partners. However, I'm open to take that discussion outside. Those who are interested to become our partners, we looking forward for partners, just to grow the ecosystem. Now, in recruitment on learners. So as a SETA, we don't recruit. So companies will apply for funding. When you have got the approval for funding, you've got the SLA, then you go and recruit learners that can be on the program that you have applied for, be it a learnership or short program or a skills program. So that's how we work. And then in terms of our programs, how long does it take? So the programs, it depends. You can roll out the program as a learnership that takes a period of 12 months, or you can roll out the program for a short period as a short program or a skills program. It takes for a period of 4 to 6 months. So it depends on the need of the company or on the skills that you want to develop as a company.
Awesome. I mean, it's so organized, right? There's huge opportunity. Kelly and myself you mentioned ecosystem. Kelly and myself was part of a team that created the first incubation standards on the African continent. And we've made that kind of available through SAB, and SAB is making that available throughout the African continent. I have not seen 33 skills unit standards anywhere else in the African continent, well structured like that. So a challenge for our services, or our SETA, MICT SETA, is to, make that available throughout the continent, because we do need it. We only have 121,000 developers.
Collaboration, because we want to, go outside the border of South Africa. Kelly was part of the collaboration when we developed the qualification. In developing a qualification, there's this element of international comparability, where we compare ourselves with the rest of the world. And, it was difficult, especially for this new qualification, to check what other countries are doing. I mean, in Africa, there is not even a single African country that has qualification at the national level. So we are the first country. So the whole Africa will learn from us, and we want to collaborate. We want to take this, this lesson to the other countries. I'm happy that we are part of this international, event where we are sharing this, the trends and sharing the best practices. So through the collaboration that we already have an MOU with AD4IR. We would really appreciate,
there we go.
Get the opportunity.
There we go. She came to tell me that we are hungry. Not yet, though. We have our next session, and I'm done. Thank you so much. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Francisca. Thank you, Gugu.
Thank you so much for the invitation.
Good afternoon. Am I being sabotaged? Good afternoon. Can you hear me? I can't hear myself. Did you switch it off? Good afternoon. Now that's right. Good afternoon, everyone. Are we still fine? Just a couple of minutes and then we're having lunch. For those of you that don't know me, I'm told I'm the CEO for this brand. I'm enjoying it. I'm working with a dynamic team of people. As you can see, all is in place. And my chairperson is right at the back there. So I need to acknowledge him lest I be served on Monday. Really meeting stuff you need to get out of the way. The next session I'm excited about. Thank you. The next session I'm excited about, it's mental resilience and how we reinvent ourselves to carry on with our business. And I think in so many ways we've touched on it. We spoke leadership yesterday as well. There were so many things, adversities that we went through, and it's something that we've overlooked as well. COVID has shown every one of us flames. Businesses went up, people went down, like so many of us died a different death. So I have 3 dynamic women that are online. Siskwati, she's South African. She's my sister from another mother. I worked with her at CEDA. She's been in the space doing cooperatives, enterprise development for forever. Please say hi, Kwati Koka. Hello, Kwati, can you hear us? Unmute. Technology. Okay. There you go. One more technology is a problem.
Here I go.
Let's
Here
catch
I
up.
go.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. Good morning. We're moving into the afternoon. Thank you.
All right. Welcome. We're so excited to have a conversation with you. And all the way from Trinidad and Tobago, I must tell you, I met her in 2007, I think it was, when we were in Torino attending the ILO training on sustainability, enterprise sustainability stuff. I've been doing stuff for forever. And I keep collecting people that are the good ones. Akoswa, good morning. She's in Trinidad and Tobago.
Good morning, everyone.
Akoswa.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me.
Good morning.
And she's as well. So do look her up. She's a social entrepreneur, excited about life building and all things in between. Third one is Mama Kenny Zonneveld. She's joining us from the Netherlands. She's this child of the soil. She's a mentor coach, one of the mothers in the space that collected me. I'm excited to be associated with her as well. Mama Kenny, she's the coolest granny, she calls herself. Please say hi. Coolest granny, are you there?
I'm here. Hi.
Please switch on your. There you go.
Yes,
Look at that.
I'm here. The coolest granny in town is here.
Look at her. I swear she's like 25.
You're very kind. You're very kind.
You're looking good. Ladies, thank you so much. Thank you so much for availing yourselves. Oh, should I stand? Okay, cool. Thank you. Kwati, you are based at CEDA and you're working a lot with cooperatives, and with that comes a lot of challenges where mental resilience is concerned. Can you please just take us through your take on the topic at hand and share with us your experiences in like 5 minutes?
Thank you very much for inviting me and for being my sister, my daughter, my aunt. You are just everything. I'm pleased to have met you.
Please just,
as you know,
tilt your laptop down a bit. So yes, much better. Thank you.
Is it much better? Can you see me now?
Much better.
Yes. Okay. I was saying thank you very much that I have met you in my life and that you are my sister, you are everything. And the work that I've been doing I started as a development worker, has enabled me to develop techniques and for protection when I am experiencing overwhelming situation. It also helped me to maintain a balance during difficult and stressful situation with the work that I've been doing. In South Africa, as you know, that working with cooperative hasn't come quite easy. It's been a huge challenge due to the fact that cooperatives have been established in most cases for wrong reasons in our country, being that there was a scheme that was introduced by government since 2006 that cooperatives will access the CIS for them to be able to function. So we started having quite a lot of pseudo cooperatives that started coming in, pretending, to be working as cooperatives while we do not. And that posed a lot of challenge in the work that I've been doing to make sure and maintain that the work within the cooperative sector goes on and continue. Given that, as it may, then we had COVID, where a lot of cooperatives were affected by COVID and they could not even function. And that also brought in another perspective, another challenge due to that impact. Some of the cooperatives received financial assistance in the form of grants during COVID. Others, they were able to operate. Others could not continue because they were trying to make efforts, but it wasn't possible for them to do that. Some could not adapt to the challenges faced during the COVID-19 national lockdown because they could not operate. Most of them that were producing and selling goods like food and other things were mainly affected. Those that were producing and selling masks, sanitizers, and other PPE items to their communities managed to make it during that particular period. But what happened is that with those that could not make it, most of the cooperatives started moving into the financial sector when you look at what happened. Some of the cooperatives continue to operate during the lockdown period, while employment reduced. They were not able to address that. And some of the stakeholders could not participate in assisting them for them to be able to survive. So it's been a huge challenge for the cooperative sector to be able to succeed or to be able to make it, except in the financial sector, where even during the financial meltdown, they were able to make it. South African cooperatives had a huge challenge. I work for SEDA, Small Enterprise Development Agency. We conducted a study to look at some of the cooperatives and the impact of the COVID into their operations. So what we found was that most of them were mainly affected by COVID. They could not make it. They were not available to operate. Their businesses closed down, and they were unable to reach their markets. They were unable to also access funding in the process. So that made them to be affected. Some of the findings that we and recommendations were that they lacked funding opportunities. They lacked access to market. Some of them could not develop their skills further during the COVID period, and some of them lacked access to expansion and development. But on the other side, for them to be resilient, they were able to access other people, access training by using the internet and technology. That's where your organization, Gele, comes on board, that, it came out handy that people were able to access the training, able to communicate with others using virtual communication, webinars, and so forth. That has assisted our cooperatives to be able to do that. Yes, it was not easy for them. It was a huge challenge for them to be able to get to participate and get to work during that particular period. Thank you.
I'm going to stop you there. Thank you. And as I move to Akoswa, when I think of cooperatives, I hear a group of people. And when there's challenges in the room, then I smell conflict. And when there's conflict, then there's mental issues. There is so many things that people tend to fight about. And I would like for you to just make a mental note and come back to us about how then does a group of people deal with these issues that came from COVID, as monies were not coming through anymore, families could not be fed anymore. So how did they, as a group of people, deal with it, and how did it affect them mentally? So just a mental note, and then we'll come back to you. Akoswa. Are you there? You have been around, you've worked in Africa as well, you're a social entrepreneur, and mental well-being is a thing. And I know you have seen, I mean, you've been to the rural of the pockets, and you've seen people that are exposed to so much, but because their mindset was just so powerful, they dealt with a lot. Can you take us through your take on the subject?
Thank you, Kelly, and thank you for having someone from out in the islands represent. I want to just remind everybody there that entrepreneurs are resilient. And sometimes we forget it because we focus on all of the things that we cannot control. And we look at the access to finance challenges. We look at how we are discriminated against sometimes. But the thing with entrepreneurs bounce back, and mental resilience is how do I bounce back from challenges and failures? And we have so many testimonies of entrepreneurs who have made it after the biggest, or one of the biggest challenges we had worldwide, which was COVID-19. So I want to ask everybody there to remind themselves that I am resilient. And please say it with me all the way from Trinidad. I am resilient.
I'm resilient.
I am resilient.
Resilient.
No, I mean, we could do better than that. Let's do better than that. I am resilient.
I am resilient.
And what happens with us as people who support and people who are within the field is we forget ourselves. And that usually is the challenge. When we forget to replenish ourselves, when we forget that we are resilient, we end up focusing on all the issues and the problems outside of us. And that brings us down. So for me, I have seen so many, Kelly has introduced me to so many strong and resilient individuals and entrepreneurs, but we so focus on what's outside of us that we neglect that strength that's in us. And so for mental resilience to happen, we have to now remember and program into all of our everything that we do. We have to program that into it, to remember to keep that balance, to remember to remind yourself that you are resilient, to remember to take time for yourself, even if it's 5 minutes out of the day. You have to take that time, because sometimes you are your business. And if you are unhealthy, if you are stressed, if you are focusing on the externals, that impacts your ability to do business, it impacts your business. So there must be a balance when we approach anything that we do as entrepreneurs. And for me, sometimes I forget my resilience too, because I remember now, even before COVID and during COVID, my business was impacted heavily. And when I started to focus on the money is gone, the business is gone, etc., that impacted how I behaved. So I had to not neglect that happened, but I also had to bring in the fact that I am still alive. So I still have an opportunity to do something again. And also that I've done this before. And maybe it may not look the way it looked before, but I do have that ability to bounce back. And that is what mental resilience is. And we have to keep reminding ourselves that business, especially as an entrepreneur, especially as someone who runs a business, that it's not just only about the external. We have to put ourselves in the mix and remind ourselves of that every time.
I love that. We are not what happens to us, but how we get out of it, right? But so too many of us, we get stuck in the stories of the things that we experienced, and then we don't bounce back. And we are so much more powerful, so much more resilient than that. So I like that we're going to practice that. We're going to say throughout the day, I am resilient. I'm not sure in the room, maybe on the platform. Warming up.
I am resilient.
They are resilient. Yes. Kula's granny, we're moving over to you, ma'am. What is this mental resilience? Mentor, coach, author, keynote speaker, facilitator. I'm running out of ink. Can we please have you on board, dear Kula's granny? Mama Kenny? How? Has she disappeared?
I'm here.
Kenny's on. Yes,
I'm
it's your
here.
turn now.
Yeah,
It's your
I'm here, and I'm sitting here with a lot of frustration. Thanks, it's great to be here, but everyone is breaking up. I can't hear half of what is being said. How is it on your side? Can you hear me properly? Am I breaking up also?
We perfect. We can hear you.
You hear
clearly.
me? Okay, so I'm going to ignore this and just assume that you're going to hear me throughout. This is great. Now, something good is about to happen to you. This is where you grab pen and paper to take notes. The most important notes being what you're going to do differently. It's a pity I wasn't here from the start, but I can tell you without fear of contradiction that everything you heard since yesterday morning, everything I'm going to say, all the presentations you've ever had in your life and all the books you've ever read will never help you unless you take action. That, people, is the power of positive action. This is where you take your pen and write positive action with an exclamation mark. I hope we're on the same page. Something good is about to happen to you because I say what people need to hear, not necessarily what they want to hear. What people want to hear is what gives them a warm, fuzzy feeling. You know, someone says something and you get this hot, that does not necessarily help you. For instance, the fact that just because you are born female, you are phenomenal, or that women make better leaders or better entrepreneurs is a woman. Gives us a warm, fuzzy feeling, but the best person for the job is a competent person of competent, authentic person of integrity. You were not born less than anyone. But the truth is, you were not born.
I think the bandwidth is low, so maybe try switching off your
giving
video.
women opportunities. Is that they were? Huh? What are you saying?
I'm saying I think your bandwidth is low, so the video might be affecting it. So maybe try switching off the video because you are breaking a bit.
My bandwidth is really okay. Okay, stop the video. Am I on audio now?
You are perfect.
Can you hear me better now?
Perfect.
Can you hear me better now?
Perfect.
Should I start or should I continue?
You can continue.
Okay. The only reason that there are all these interventions for women, for Black people with disabilities, for people with different sexual orientations, the only reason is that they were excluded in the past. But we should stop kidding ourselves and say that it is because they are better. We're not better than anyone. We can become better. We can become more resilient. We can become more successful. Now, resilience. We only talk about resilience when the going gets tough. And believe me, Sooner or later, raindrops start falling on your head. In this real world that we live in, sooner or later there are problems, whether they are personal or they are global or COVID, recession, it doesn't matter. At some point, you need the resilience. As a coach, I talk about resilience all the time because usually people only think of contacting a coach when they are personal. Now, what is happening here? People think of contacting a coach when their personal and or professional lives fall apart. And then after the intervention, they say, where were you all my life? And I say, I was right here. But most of you don't believe in prevention. In one of our 11 languages in South Africa, we say, literally, you ask for directions from those who've gone ahead of you. People, it's good to learn from your own mistakes, but it's even better to learn from the mistakes of others. This is where you write, motives matter. Motives matter because you can write motives matter so that later you can sit and reflect on your motives. Why entrepreneurship? Why did you choose entrepreneurship, for instance, instead of a job? Do you want to, or did you become an entrepreneur in order to make tons of money? Or in order to escape a terrible boss where you worked? There are many terrible bosses out there. Or was it in order to offer real solutions to real problems of real people? There's an abundance of real problems out there that we can solve locally, nationally, globally. In fact, if you are here listening to me, it means you are one of the lucky 1.5 people all over the world who can work in English. That means your market extends beyond your geographical area, firstly because of the internet, and secondly because of speaking one of the most common languages. For instance, here in the Netherlands, I'm surrounded by people who can only offer solutions in Dutch. Their market is limited to a country that is 29 times smaller than South Africa. So you have one up on them. This is where you jump up and down and say, yippee, and right, my market is broader than I realized. Now, the next motive, why ITC? Do you want to venture into this sector, or are you in this sector just because it's a male-dominated field? I've noted over the years that women are the ones who have a very low opinion of careers such as HR, teaching, secretarial work, nursing, and of course, the least important, being a mother, laying down a foundation. Those fields are devalued because they are dominated by women. There is nothing wrong with them. Non-leadership and non-technical roles are not inferior. We should be standing up and fighting that they should be respected and remunerated fairly. One of the many unrelated careers that I had was a stint in IT. My motive sucked. That's a topic for another day. I'm glad that I didn't go in because it was a main-dominated field, etc. That was many years ago. But I didn't do it for the right motive. And I'm glad that after 3 years, I went back to my passion, which is people development. I sincerely hope, I really hope that you chose entrepreneurship and the ITC sector for the right reasons. If your motive is the fact that dropouts have become tech billionaires, you will always chase your tail and not attain real fulfillment. I'm not saying that poverty is a virtue. In fact, I agree with whoever said the best thing you can do for poor people is not to be one of them. Talking about being driven by dollars, that usually comes at the expense of one's mental and physical health. Then I'm so passionate about this that I started the Free Health Club. You can find out more about it on coolestgranny.online. At the end, Those clever people who with you there will show the only slide I've prepared, which is my contact details, the URL to my website. We all need a healthy body to be successful and joyful in. If I'm still around in September 2023, I will be 70 years young, still working. Not because I have to, but my health allows it. I've got so much energy, it's not funny. Motives matter. Why entrepreneurship? Why ITC? This takes us to the next reason why the wheels fall off and people come to me as a coach. Black women, Black people, women, just because I'm one of them, often say to me, Makeni, they set us up to fail. They expect me to say, yes, I know, that's so unfair, sister. That's so unfair, brother. I don't say that. I simply ask, and when are you going to set yourself up to succeed? Entrepreneur, set yourself up to succeed and do not depend on the benevolence of others. If you're waiting for the world to become a fair place, for circumstances to be ideal, for others to open doors for you, then success is not for you. Entrepreneurship is not for you. People, entrepreneurship is not for sissies. The last I want to say about this is there's a difference between being like Kele Molupiani, doing her best to lift others as she rises. This is where you applaud because she deserves it. There's a difference there's a difference between that and complaining about your circumstances. Entrepreneurship is not for those who fail because of circumstances, but for those who succeed in spite of circumstances. Okay, moving right along on that. Instead of saying, the higher you build your barriers, the more I will appeal to you to lower them. Just put on your big girl panties and join Labi Sifre in saying, the higher you build your barriers, the taller I become. Yes, guys, something inside so strong. Put on a big girl panties and succeed in spite of problems. Now, I want to say this. In case you're not a South African, you may not be aware of this. One of the most commonly used four-letter words in South Africa is the terrible E word, empowerment. I immediately know that a person is going nowhere very fast. As soon as he or she says, the government does not empower us, or they do not empower us. People, empowerment is an inside job. The biggest problem in the world is not lack of resources, but lack of resourcefulness. Sida, Kele, all these people who are trying to help people who come from a disadvantaged background, we can throw all the resources at people. But as long as we don't help them to develop a resourcefulness mindset, they will never benefit from the resources. It will be a waste of resources. I spent more time on this because it is a major issue when it comes to people who are oppressed or undermined. Now, just quickly, other issues that affect everybody. An issue that affects everyone, 100% of us, is the fact that somewhere along the line, you get treated unfairly or very, very badly. You know what I'm going to talk about, the F word, the difficult issue of forgiveness. I had suffered for decades until I forgave someone in 1999 and got out of a self-imposed prison. Now, in 2003, I recorded a CD with this forgiveness message that has helped so many to escape their prisons. I'm busy converting it to an MP4, and it will be available very soon as one of the free health club resources. The operative word here is free. If I have your email address by then, I will send you the notification. Guys, I'm so busy. I don't have time to send people spam and abuse their emails. I don't have time to do that. I don't. So I will send you notifications that you have asked for. And the wheels fall off also because of crooked thinking. It's a pity you can't see me because I've got a prop, but I will tell you about it. It's a cap that I've printed. Thinking cap. I take it all over. I wear it and show it to people. We don't put on our thinking caps. Kwati says, cooperatives were formed for the wrong reasons. Guys, that's what crooked thinking is about. I will not say much about this. Maybe in question time, I can talk about that. I just want to mention one example. There are many management hypes in the workplace, in big organizations, in small businesses. So many hypes that are a result of people not wearing their thinking caps. Not on the ITC side. The latest hype is we should forget about traditional business models and form DAOs, D-A-O. Kele, please, in your business, do not do this, please. People know DAOs. Because if you listen to someone talking about a DAO with your thinking cap firmly on, you realize that like most hypes, the dynamics of human behavior are not taken into account. No matter how much the world changes, with all the globalization, robotization, digitization, Uberization, one thing remains constant. Human beings will always remain Homo sapiens. At no point are we going to be Robo sapiens. No matter what business you are in, it's always about people. Just an example. We now talk about the fourth industrial revolution, right? Someone said, how come when I ask for a pair of hands, I get a human being as well? Believe it or not, that was said by Harrison Ford in the first industrial revolution. Uber, Just Eat, and all the app-based businesses are facing the exact problem. Employees remain human beings, and so are all stakeholders. And before you are an entrepreneur, you're a human being. So being resilient means becoming a resilient person. Resilient people know their motives, define success properly for themselves. Women, I can't cut this out. I would like to congratulate Sheryl Sandberg, the former COO of Facebook and author of Lean In. After a decade or so of encouraging women to define success wrongly by leaning into their careers and leaning away from their families and their children, some months ago, she resigned. And I want to congratulate her for being honest, because when she resigned, she did not lie. She said, I'm going to focus on my family. Women, let's not listen to the new feminists that tell us to lean into careers and businesses and lean away from their children. Resilient people can reinvent themselves as the cheese moves. Resilient people, lastly, know that there are no substitutes for the big five: authenticity, integrity, excellent service, experience, and old-fashioned hard work. Don't listen to anyone who says don't work hard, work smart. Hard work, work hard and smart. I can't tell you what the foundation of your life can be. The reason I'm so resilient, the reason I succeeded in business for more than 2 decades is that my foundation is not an it, it's a he. It's not Mr. Zonneberg. My foundation is a he. He'll raise you up so you can stand on mountains. He'll raise you up to walk on stormy seas.
We're creating idols for the 60s now. And I think you're gonna win. Thank you so much. Very powerful. I told you she looks 25. I mean, she is 1 to 70. That is really, really awesome. Do we have any questions before I go back to Sis Kwati? Anything burning that you want to ask? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Sister. You know what? I would like to say thank you, especially to Akosua and Mama Makene. You know, yesterday there was a question that was on the online platform, delegates that are attending. How do you balance your life as a mother, as an entrepreneur, the business, you know, just as being a woman who has it all? Is today, I actually had the same question, not that we are not trying, you know, because sometimes other people can make it look so easy, you know. So I am thankful for that. And also, we'll take those little pointers that they made so much impact, positive action. It's always nice to be reminded, you know, it is always nice to be reminded that you take your own time. And in order for you to take your own time, you are able to laugh, you know. Thank you so much. Those presentations were nice.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Any other?
Thank you. I just want to say to Miss Zonneveld, you are the coolest grandmom.
Absolutely.
I am proud really to have been part of this and to have heard what you have said. Thank you so much.
The coolest granny. Yes. That's one thing that I got from my ex-husband I'm appreciative of. He bought me a book from her, and because I was trying to get into the coaching and mentorship space, we got linked up, and I've been tied to her hip ever since. One grateful thing. Not everything is ever at a total loss, you know. Anything else? Okay. Sisquati, I hope you're remembering my issue around conflict and cooperatives and all the stuff. We're coming back to you.
I think discussing mental health, particularly in business, is very important because we live in South Africa where discussing mental health is a topic that many don't touch, particularly it's youth who touch it a few times. And we need to find, as incubators, we need to include space for mental health discussions in business, in entrepreneurship, how to manage mental health, how to discuss mental health, because people tend to say, oh, it's just business stress. No, it's depression. Let's discuss that. How do we work through that?
And running a business is a really lonely business thing, huh? I think it was the business doctor that mentioned it. It is really lonely because then when you show up and you're standing here, people think you've got a well of oil at the back of your yard, you know. But then when you sit and talk to some people and explain what you're going through, they think you're lying. So very few times do you get people that really can identify, and spaces such as this are really important. 4 years ago, I lost a startup, and I think it was for me the beginning of realize the importance of the pressures that entrepreneurs go through. He committed suicide. Like, we tried to speak to him, and the first time he attempted, we caught it, and we then were like, okay, what do we do? It was the reaction that Mama Ken is talking about. But then he had just decided, he had checked out. So we spoke to him, we tried to get assistance, and a month later, he took his own life. It's very important. There was another hand. I think it was Jam.
I think it's more of a comment than anything else. I read recently that after COVID-19, we as leaders or any leadership has to change into being a leader who is very empathetic. And before we can actually manage the work, we really need to start managing the mental health of this employee, because this employee is the first asset of the organization. And then it was so interesting to read that the futuristic leader, it's a leader who has like an open door to talk to employees. If we go back, if we get tempted to go back to doing things the same way we used to do before March 30, 2020, then we are not going anywhere as leaders. Starting with the mental health of these employees is going to be a very important thing going forward. to be successful in what we are doing? How do we even incorporate it in our capacity building to build leaders who are futuristic, who will be, who will run their companies, looking at the mental side. If I'm not happy mentally, there's no way that I'm going to be a happy employee. How am I going to produce? How am I going to bring profit if I'm not happy? So let's just be those futuristic leaders who are very open to deal with the mental health of our people and incorporate it in our strategies, in our human capital, hiring human resources. Thank you.
Thanks. And it's okay to not be okay. There was a last one here.
Thank you. My question is for Akoswa. You said you went through a lot during your, during the COVID time, and business got really tough and hard. How did you come out of that mentally? Because we can get excited and say, I am resilient, but sometimes you don't believe it. You're saying it because Akosha said we must say it. So how did you get out of that? What were the tools or the tricks that you can share with us that you used? How did you get out of that deep, dark, oh my goodness, I've lost it all. I have failed. What now? What are my kids going to eat?
Are there any questions online? Okay, none. Right, Siswati, we're coming back to you. So that group thing, the conflicts, the stress and pressures that comes with COVID, and now suddenly instead of 7 fish, there is 1, and so many families to feed. How did you find that the cooperatives dealt with that? And then we'll move to you, Akoswa, in answering the question, how did you get out of it? And then the Kwila's Granny will ask you for pearls of wisdom. How then do we move on from here? Like, what is it that we can do as a preventative measure rather than to wait until I have crashed and reach out for help? Sisquat. See, born before technology. Unmute. Akoswa, let's go to you in the meantime. We'll come back to Kwati.
I have unmuted, Kele. Can I be allowed?
Okay, welcome.
Welcome to the tech world. Okay, I wanted to say that, one of the things before I even respond to the question about the cooperatives, we all born with a certain amount of resilience. Sometimes it's inherent resilient. Some people more so than others. The good news is that mental resilience can be built on or improved. So when we go back to the cooperative, I'll refer to their definition. We know that according to the ILO, they are organizations that are established as autonomous by persons united voluntarily. It's an autonomous association to meet their common economic, social and cultural needs and aspirations through a jointly owned and democratically controlled enterprise. That says a lot about them because they have a common bond. They come because they have something to address, be it a social need, a cultural need, or an economic need. And they are also guided by 7 principles. The first one being voluntary and open membership, democratic member control, member economic participation, that they are free to participate in the cooperative. They are autonomous and independent. And one of the most important things is education, training, and information. And they are also going to cooperate with other cooperatives. And they have a concern for community. When you look at this the first 4 principles, it will help them so that they can be able to guarantee the conditions under which the members own, control, and benefit from their own business. So once you have that, then you have education, which is their commitment to make membership effective for the members who are part of the cooperative, which is a precondition for democratic control while they are cooperating amongst with others. So looking at the issue of conflict, as cooperative members, they must trust each other. Within the cooperative, trust is, or within any relationship, trust is a two-way street. People are able to express how they feel, what they want as members of cooperative. The next thing is respect for each other. Once they have that, they will show appreciation of each other, how they talk to each other, how they converse and other things. Then inclusion is another thing that affects them, and the issue of fairness. So during the crisis, most importantly, yes, there was a crisis in some of the cooperative that, you know, you don't have money. Some of them they're not operational. But the fact that they have a common bond brought them together so that they can become effective. They can be able to state their objective and also discuss their outcomes. In other cases, it was not easy, but the effectiveness, efficiency, and the fact that they are owning this business made it much easier for them to be able to look at other ways of them running their businesses, and also to look at what other partners can they bring to the fore so that they can be able to look at accessing fund, also looking at issues of accessing the market, looking at the issues of the value chain. That assisted them quite a lot, and also trying to develop a model for best practice. I mean, you have a crisis, you know, even in a home situation, when you have a crisis, you are able to come up with ways of how to rebuild your home, how to resolve that particular conflict that you are having, and also to be able to be to address the challenges that you have in, as I said. So one of the things that we were looking at was the fact that we need to build their institutional capacity as an organization in order for them to be able to address the challenges that they are having as an organization. Thank you.
I like that, because I think then as a cooperative, there becomes some sort of a cushion. So you're not at it alone, but it also depends on whether the foundation is strong. If it started right with the right people, common vision, it becomes that much easier. But obviously, if everybody's in it for their own individual needs, then it becomes that much of a challenge. Akoswa, how did you survive it, my friend?
Thank you for that question. And this may sound simple, but simple is not always easy. And I just want to share exactly how I'm still coming out of it. But the first thing that I realized that it's an inside job. I had to go within. I couldn't keep blaming, or I couldn't keep looking for a savior to save me. I had to realize that it's an inside job. So that's the first thing. The second thing was accept where you are. This is the reality, rather than say, well, I wish, I hope. Accepting it doesn't always mean that you like it, but you accept the fact that things have changed. And so when you accept that things have changed, you give yourself power to make a better decision. After accepting it was to not deny the feelings. So I had to feel all of the feelings and be authentic with it, so that when people come around and they ask, I don't pretend that things are still okay. because people want to help you. And if you don't let people know what's what, they cannot help you, or they lose trust in you. So feeling all of the feelings and sharing with those who you know, this is where your intuition comes in. Sharing with those who you know will be able to support you. And then from that, I built a support system of a few good people who I could turn to. And then the other thing is, and I think the coolest granny talked about it, I started looking at what were my motives, and I started looking at how do I define success, because I treated my business better than I treated myself. And that can't be sustainable. So I defined my success based on the business's success. And of course, when things outside of my control shut that down, then I had to go back to the drawing board to define what my success is. And I define success as being at peace and making an impact in whatever I did. And so from then, I also accepted the fact that I may have to change the way I do business. I may have to change the way I speak about my business. We are very flippant about the way we speak. And when we speak things, we bring them into reality and we forget, we are, you know, we're not realizing that we actually caused it by how we spoke. So every day now, I have created a ritual, and that builds consistency and commitment to myself, and that could transfer into my business. Because a lot of times before I would wake up frantically and just think about what to do today for the business, not for myself, not realizing that if I don't fill myself, I can't fill my business. So my ritual every day is to wake up, be grateful. That's the other simple thing that's not very easy. Wake up, be grateful that I'm up, and be grateful that I have the skills and the knowledge and the experience that I learned from that failed business, and be grateful that I could start again. And I write in my journal, I talk about how I'm grateful, and I talk about how I can do this. And you have to convince yourself, because it's an inside job. And so coming out of it, it's really recognizing these rituals, having a support system, being in stillness every day. Find 5 minutes just to be still. And if you need professional help, do not be ashamed. It's almost like if you get sick, you go to the doctor. If your car is not working, you take it to the mechanic. So why not take yourself to someone who can give you the tools, whether it's a coach, a therapist, a counselor, whatever it is, or some good friends, some really good friends who will tell you when you're being, or you're wallowing in self-pity. So you have to create your rituals. I created mine, and every day it gets easier and better. And define success for yourself. You have to define what success means to you. And what I realized is that everything, every single thing has a purpose. It's like, I don't know what you say in South Africa, but we call it manure, which is what you use as compost. Even that has a purpose, and I could use that to grow my next thing. So I hope that helps.
Absolutely. I like that. Happiness is the choice right there behind you. I saw that. And you don't have to believe it at first, but you can still say it until you relate to it. With everything else you speak into being, I really seriously believe that. It's the power of positive thinking. It's that whole thing with the secret, kill me for this. But it's attracting what you want. You have the vision and you don't know how you're going to get there, but you will get there when you're clear about what it is that you want. So resilient, you may not really identify with it now, But if resilience is what you want to get to where you need to be, say it until you believe it and you will identify. Kulas Granny, your last words of pearls of wisdom before we break up to lunch.
You're so kind. You say what the nonsense that I say, you call it pearls of wisdom. Kelly, I'm so glad that the three of you said something about this before me, because you've covered most of what I would have said. You started by saying that prevention, it hinges on prevention. We shouldn't wait until too late, like the guy who committed suicide. It was too late for him. Now, I just want to add this to the wisdom I've been listening to. You know, all the things I said, it's because that's what people come to me with, and then they're not resilient, they're not coping, and I take them back to, let's go back to basics. Let's go back to what were your motives, etc. And another thing is having unrealistic expectations of your business. And unrealistic expectations don't just drop out of the sky. Unrealistic expectations are there because of the Joneses. You know, before the internet, the Joneses were the people up your street. And now the Joneses are from the whole planet. I saw today on CNN that a so-called celebrity had 3 wedding gowns, each of them costing like a fortune. Kelly, if we have this again next time, just ask people from the audience how many weddings they've seen on social media where people have more than one expensive wedding gown. So now that puts pressure on people. And then because you have a business, you said people expect that you've got a gold mine in your backyard. But you know what we do? You say, you explain to people that you don't have a gold mine. That is why you are still here. You know what leads to the suicide? Trying to live up to that, trying to pretend that you do have a gold mine. That is one of the causes of the problems. And then preparing before you start a business. Now, I like talking to people, aspiring entrepreneurs, and say, like people who are in a job and say, I want to resign and start a business. You find that it's someone who's living from paycheck to paycheck, who's got credit card debt and other debt. And I say to that person, don't start the business now. Stick to your job, pay off your debts, prepare yourself, and then, if possible, start your business part-time. So we should prepare, and in preparation also, deciding what type of business you'd like to have, what type of, depending on the activities. I'll give my business as an example. I give workshops, I give keynote addresses, coaching, storytelling. And someone once said to me, Maken, you are such a good trainer. You've been having this business for more than 20 years. Why doesn't your business grow? And I said to her, what do you mean by grow? No, having a bigger company and employing other trainers, I said, I don't want to be the coordinator. I want to be the trainer. This whole thing that you've organized, Kelly, if you gave it to me to organize, it would be a very big flop, because those are not the skills that I have. They don't suit me. I don't even want to acquire them. So when you decide to have a business, whether it's in ITC or not, decide what activities suit me, because you are going to be so stressed when you do things that suit Kele, because you see Kele doing them so joyfully, but Makeni can't do them joyfully. And lastly, I would like to say what Kwasi and Akosi talked about are actually skills. The good news is skills can be learned. Assertiveness, being confident, communication, conflict resolution, problem solving, the type of leadership, those are skills, people, and they can be learned. I wrote a book on leadership in 2013. I'm busy with the 4th edition. And once that fourth edition comes out, maybe I should just inform Kele, if people don't contact me directly. And then Kele can say to the people, the leadership, the latest version of the leadership book is out. The MP4 on forgiveness is out. So these are skills and they can be learned. Akosi said, accepting what you cannot change. I think we all know the good old fashioned, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. As a coach, I deal with people who don't know the difference. They are busy talking, focusing on what they cannot change, and they don't do what they can change. Thank you.
Wow. Round of applause, please. I am so glad we had this session, and obviously it was interactive and it's something that is required. Everything starts with the self. So if we are neglecting the self, there is no way our business will thrive. We need to also service ourselves, as I think it was Alcoswa that said that. We gladly take our cars to the service every 10 kilometers, but we don't take time out to do that for ourselves. Like you show up at work regardless of how you feel because apparently it's your business. And then you die, and then you didn't have the SOPs in place, and then your legacy is gone. So if we take nothing else from this session, can we please take better care of ourselves, realizing we are the ones with a vision that are driving this, but more than that, let's also develop proper SOPs. Let's not be afraid to delegate as well, because there's nothing special about you being the only one that can do things. So imagine if I had to, I had this vision all to myself. It means I should have set up the technical there, I should be outside, and by the end of that, I'll be kaput. But then I have a team of people that I'm working with. I share the vision and we get things done. It's a team effort. You may look at me now looking, but it's them. It's us. And that's how it works. Because I really don't want to get a stroke anytime soon. So let's take better care of ourselves. And I promise this is a topic we'll keep at in the next session, and hopefully in between this one and the next one, we'll have a session or two, just talking mental resilience. How are you doing? How are you doing? How can I help you? And it's okay to not be okay. Thank you. Thank you, Akaswa. Thank you, Sisquati, Mama Kenny. You look awesome. I got 69. When I grow up, I want to be you. So I hope I look at least half as good as you do. I can marry you off. You can take a second, third husband just so that I can get the dowry. It's okay. Thank you for joining us. Akaswa, I always wake you up in the morning, but I'm sure you're used to it by now. I mean, like,
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you, Kelly.
And we're off to lunch. We'll send you Uber deliveries, Uber Eats. And as for us, we're going for lunch. We'll come back at 2:30 for the next 2 sessions, and then we'll be done for the day. Enjoy lunch in the restaurant across.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What is digital?
Are we live? Is everyone here? Great. Lunch was great. I kind of overcooked the beef into biltong. I'm sorry for that. Did you guys network? Did you make some money? You got some deals loaded? And the screen is off. What happened to the people that's online? Do we still have them there? Tabang, are we good to go? Awesome. So the next group, this is going to be an exciting group. I've got to take the digital creative sector. So I like numbers, so let me just share those numbers. Always sets the tone. The creative sector in 2022 was valued at $985 billion. The gaming sector, laptops, PCs, TV, cell phones, $280 billion. That's 1.2 trillion rand. Yesterday, we heard about opportunities. Is there opportunities? And I'm so, we can unpack this with Joy, with Nobuzwe, that's it, right? And then Carolina. So we have a creative from Kenya, South Africa, and Brazil. So how do you do the samba, you know, the everything in and everything? This is going to be really cool. So without further ado, we're going to have Joy come up. And Joy, if you can start by saying, sharing with us what problem you are solving, and then for who you're doing it, and then what is your organization called, your name, and why are you in the sector? Please join me. Are you going to present there? Okay, we've got it there. Right. And yeah, this is a fancy gadget. Thank you, sir.
Wow, this is exciting. But why are all the ladies sat at the back? You know, and I want them closer. Is that a possibility for you guys to come closer? Yeah, it's an interactive session. You know, creatives are storytellers. We don't tell stories all the way back there. Yeah? Fantastic. All right, so I'll give you guys a few minutes to get settled and the choice of your seat. You know, this is VIP. Half the time when you go for a concert, like I do, everyone is fighting to go to the front. Fantastic. All right, cool. I think we are settling well. My name is Joy Mwangi. Greetings all the way from Kenya. I reside in Nairobi, Kenya, and I am dressed in an attire to, I think, say the same. So it's exciting to be in Joburg for the very first time. Yeah. And to get to meet such amazing, I think one of the things that stand out for me with South Africa is that most of the people I have met so far are hospitable. Is that a thing? It is. You call it Ubuntu, all right, which means I am because you are, right? Fantastic. See, I'm learning, but what's really difficult for me is to say your names, right? So I know I've been talking to Svi. I know it's longer than that. What's his full name? Thanks. Thank you. Super. So today we'll be talking about industry. And so I want us to learn, right? So I am the CEO and co-founder for Ada Animation. And as you know, animation is more fun, colors and characters. So it's not going to be too formal. So I like that. Maybe I can ask, how many mothers do we have in the room? Right? Okay, cool. And how many of our children watch animation? So, a child, a niece, a nephew, yourself consuming animation. Fantastic. How many of us have watched any animation that comes from Africa? Oh, cool. I like that. Can I sample some of that? What have you watched? Wait, it was about a dog on Netflix. I like From Africa, you sure? I love it. Uh-huh. Is it Zambezia? You've seen which actually comes from South Africa. Yeah, cool, by Triggerfish. Seth, what have you watched? Uh-huh. Ah. Really? Now I need a date with you because of what we're trying to do. I like that. Super. So let me give you context about Joy Mwangi. I am 27 years of age, which people find shocking. You should see your faces. What? And so my first slide actually says, monkey see, monkey do. So I'll introduce you to my family. I'm a second born to 3. I have an older sister and a younger brother. And when I was a child, and you can see me there, I looked up to my father quite literally, right? And so one of the things that really stood out about Joy, the toddler, was that I was very naughty, okay? So my mother used to be one of those people who couldn't let me go for a sleepover because as soon as she's left, she'll be called back to get her child. But when I did finish high school, I was one of those people who didn't know what I wanted to do. So animation was not day one, this is my path. In fact, fun fact, I wanted to be a DJ. So had you met me 5 years ago, I'll be in a room somewhere, And so that was my core passion. But African mothers, right? And they'll ask you, first, you're a girl. Second, how do women go and play music in a club at night and put butter and bread on the table? All right. And so my parents were very supportive nonetheless. And they said, you know what, God, if this is the child you've given us, we'll figure it out. So we had an understanding with my folks, and they say, you know what, why don't you go to campus and get a degree? Again, because without a certification, it's very hard to get a job. Do you agree? Yes. And so I said, you know what, I don't know what I want to do in campus. And so they tell me, you're very good with people. Am I good with people? I don't know. And so I ended up doing public relations. That was my degree. So as soon as I graduated, was I going to be a DJ? Of course not. I had gotten a newfound passion. And so I then worked with the media industry. So I worked with KTN, which is the leading media house in Kenya. And so again, the creative, I'm trying to help you understand my creative journey. When I got into the media space, and this is the cool part. So I finished campus, I have my degree, I don't have a job. Many young people are jobless. Is that true? And so I was that one person who went into this company one day, and I tell them I want to see a HR manager. And they're like, do you have an appointment? I said, no. So I think the receptionist is confused. She's like, you know what, HR, there's someone for you here, just come. So the HR manager came and they asked me, Madam, how can I help you? I said, I'm here for a job. I said, did we call you? I said, no, you did not. Then she said, okay, I'm confused. I tell her I want an internship. She says, okay, there's actually an opening for an internship in 3 sections, all right? And so the first one was library, the second one was technical, and the third one was production. Now remember, I've done PR, I've done nothing to do with media, so I am so green and fresh. And so when I thought about it, I said, library, these guys must read a lot of books, and who wants to arrange books day to day? So no, that's not my interest. Then I said, technical sounds like a lot of wires. I don't want to do wires, so no, that's not for me. Production in my mind was about newspaper. So I knew first I'll read
valuation for animation industry currently sits at more than $290 billion, and Africa only realizes under 5% of that, right? So it means that while that looks like a challenge, it's actually a big opportunity that Africa sits as a unicorn, where Disney in the next 5-10 years, we want to come and get the talent from here, you know, and give us sustainability through jobs, right? Oh, sorry. So I didn't tell you. Okay, so who is in the creative digital industry? We're saying these are businesses that rely on individual creativity and imagination. I know part of the panelists, we have a lady from the fashion, and the second one is also in gaming, right? So we're all within the creative industry ecosystem. All right, so those are the figures that I gave you. And I said that currently, we currently sit at, is it three? Sorry, I don't misquote myself. Yes, so by 2023, we're looking to get to $404 billion. I don't know how much that is in rands, right? But I'm saying if I can access 1% of that, sheesh, I got a yacht. Fantastic. And so when you look at some of the leading studios around the globe, these are people we know. You're talking about Pixar, we're talking about Walt Disney. Fun fact, Pixar sits at a net worth of $8 billion, all right? And these are the guys who bring for you Frozen, Toy Story. So, you know, when you have kids and they go to a store and they see merchandise by Frozen, it sells like, you know, everything. And so we're saying, how does Africa catch up with these big boys who are dominating the industry? So when you look at Africa's creative industry, we're saying some of the industry overviews is that Africa boasts the planet's youngest and fastest growing population by the year 2035. So we will have the youngest and fastest growing population by the year 2035, all right? So that means that in Kenya, for example, we're saying we have a population of about 48 million, and under 35s make 35 million of that, all right? So it means young people are catching on. But it's the same young people who are saying they don't have jobs, but yet they possess a naturally given, God-given talent to draw, to illustrate, to storytell. How do we start using that to create opportunities for ourselves? In 2019, when the investments were coming to Africa, and I know we've had conversations about VCs, and most businesses are looking to raise their seed. Now, only 1.1% of the total investment made in Africa actually went to the creative industry, right? And I think it's because people are looking at it as a high risk area. When you say, Joe, you want to create a movie and you want me to invest $2 million in it, what's the return on investment? Now you can't dictate what the market will consume or not consume, right? Cool, cool. If you look at the industry traction, so that you know, remember I said Africa is soon to be a unicorn? Cartoon Network, which I'm sure is in most of our households, right? Currently just invested in Shisha Fest, and this is, there's a man called Rishwan Mosud from Nigeria. He's a boy who's 26. He actually taught himself how to animate through YouTube. And so when he created his own series at the comfort of his one square room, Cartoon Network found his content on YouTube and was able to invest in his project, which will feature on Cartoon Network, right? That is amazing. When you look at Annecy is the biggest animation festival that happens in Paris, France, every year. And so this year, actually, we missed it by a small whisker. They had over 30 animation studios from Africa that showcased their work in Paris, all right? When you look at your own Triggerfish from Cape Town, they have been nominated for Oscars, I think twice now, all right? So it means that Africa is catching on with the industry traction towards what we can achieve, okay? If you look at some of the works that are there, the lady who you see at the far left is from Zimbabwe, and her project was taken on, I think it was either Disney or Cartoon Network as well, and they've decided they're going to help her produce the whole series, okay? So it means that when you actually put yourself to the work, then people begin to see what you're doing and give you opportunities in that way. The last slide one is the feature film we're currently in production for. And so I don't know whether you know the Maasai. Do I look like one of the characters there? So that's the inspiration towards what we're trying to do. And we're also fundraising for it. So pray with me, you know, that God will give us a breakthrough in that way. When you look at Kenya's animation industry, and the reason I give you numbers like this, On Google, you will not find a lot of data around animation in Africa, but you'll find it globally, right? So because we have data in Kenya, this will kind of help you understand where Africa sits. So in Kenya, for example, we're saying by 2019, the Association of Animation Artists in Kenya could only account for 159 artists. Remember I said we have a population of 48 million, right? And currently we have only 50 registered animation studios, and 3/4 of these studios are people who actually have an 8 to 5 job. So they don't give it 100%. All right, those who are teaching animation in Kenya, we only have 2 universities, 2 polytechnics, and 7 colleges. Well, I know in South Africa, there's plenty of arts institutions, right? And I'm really hoping that I can get to meet some of them. So do you know any of them? Please hook me up so that I can have a conversation. Let me know when my time is over.
You got 1 more minute.
1 more minute.
Yeah.
Wow. Let me see what else I need to show you real quick. Now let's start wrapping. So what's the problem in the industry? We're saying there's a low average skill level. There's lack of market exposure, securing open jobs, accessing fundraising pools, and content distribution difficulties. That's what we're facing. So I'll just keep going. Where do the women come into play? Again, if you look at the US market, because that's where the data is, we're saying that 60% of the animation studios who register are women, and that's encouraging, but only 20% of that actually get into the field, all right? So why are we lagging behind as women, okay? And then let me see, what are the opportunities that are there? We talk about commercialization and collaboration of skill, rise in the demand of the African content. Again, when COVID happened, we were all at home, right?
Mm.
How much content were we consuming?
Right.
A lot. And the problem is there's no enough content, right? Access to mentorship and networking, and Art Animation is doing something like that. I'll tell you about it as the last thing. I know I have 1 more minute. Availability of
In seconds.
Availability of low-cost internet, which means now we have internet at home and we can definitely build on our talent. Technology,
Ooh.
CGI.
We got people waiting on the other side. Yeah, so we'll kind of stop it there. Right. But it was such a, I really want.
Thank you.
Now they've decided to help you.
Thank you.
So we got questions afterwards.
Okay.
This one?
Problem?
Does it work? Yeah. Thank you so much. That
Thank
was.
you.
Of course, the slide deck is available afterwards, and you'll be here for a while to engage with everyone. Awesome. Thank you. Please join me there, or you could sit in. Yeah, please sit. Yeah. Nobuzwe, the textile sector. Are you there? Are you online?
Yes,
Can you
I
see
am.
you?
I am.
Can we see? There we go.
Yeah.
1.4 billion people get up every morning and they don't walk naked in the street. And this is your sector. It's such an exciting opportunity to listen to you, and hopefully I'll hear you touch on nanotechnology material in your presentation. Thank you so much. Please get to it. We're
Thank you
excited.
so much.
Okay.
This is a great platform, and we are really grateful. I come from the Eastern Cape. I am in the Eastern Cape as we speak. And my name is Nobuzwe Mabona. I run a textile hub. And this textile hub, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, fantastic. This textile hub has been operating bit by bit up until it got to this fullest stage since 2017. And what I realized as an artist, I'm a fine artist, and I couldn't tap into anything to express my art because I didn't know how to make money with the creativeness that I had. So I have a love of textile and clothing, and this was the only way that I could actually project my ability. So I realized that the industry also has a far cry of textile being produced in South Africa. And there's a lot of imports, and people always complain about the fact that these imports have actually closed doors for our local produce of materials. So we don't weave, but we basically put the excitement onto the fabric. So I collected a group of artists from the community and also the rural structures that surround us. And we started initiating programs that will enable to teach them on the program softwares that are available for us to express our, our illustrations, our fine art ability. And this has taken us to understanding that with the technology that does exist, we will actually be able to transfer our pattern prints onto material using sublimation, prints. So sublimation use water-based ink colors, and we are able here at our center to actually, also engage with the designers who actually have their own brand and would like to exist in the market. We assist them by actually, listening to their storytelling, because everything that we do, we actually cultivate from culture content. So once we are able to assist the designers, we also have the different materials that we actually source around South Africa. In particular, we work a lot with Galvano Textiles in Durban. So they actually weave the content of your polyesters. So this polyester gets weaved into different types of material. So you can get sportswear, you can actually get your everyday, you can also get your, your raincoat kind of material. So with the artist here, how it works at our hub is that once you finish the training, so the training could take you to, 6 months. And the ones that we have going on for more than 6 months, which is the 18 months, is basically your artists who come from the TVET colleges and that have art and design, but have not been, exposed to the textile industry. And that's what we do here at the hub. We expose them to understanding what their art can actually do in a commercial space. And so that we strive to get the capacity of locally printed, fabrics. We want to be able to get ourselves into printing cotton, direct cotton printing. And obviously we don't have any producers of, these machines. And it's always, outside our country that you get China, or you get India, or you get, Italy producing these machines. And we have been, trying to see where we can elevate what we do here. Because obviously, as we grow into the textile industry with the latest technology, we also get to understand that we need to gear ourselves into the motion and movement of what is needed on a commercial space. Not only do we print, but we also cultivate our impressions with using machines that offer different techniques. So I would imagine everybody knows embroidery technique, the quilting technique. And those are the kind of techniques that we teach here at the hub, and using the latest technology to be able to simply express more and put definance into our textile print. But other than that, we only take in per session, we take in about 20 learners at the hub, and mostly some of them don't stay that long, realizing that maybe this is not where they need to be. We have no worries about that, but we make sure that we fully make them understand and expose them to what it is that does exist, and we still have a gap in the market to actually excel and try and unify the bond that the artists could never go hungry anymore, but we work together to try and overcome the situations of our country, especially being able to afford a lifestyle that you want and dream of. And it is possible. And slowly but surely, we will tap into the rest of South Africa by merely, offering some of these trainings and getting artists as well to bank their artwork with us so that we can develop more prints. And we stand to be recognized as South African, textile print house, as well as actually putting an identity through our culture expression here in South Africa. So I hope my presentation is not too short, but I am most welcoming to take any questions from anybody on the floor.
Thank you so much for that. I think the colleague Joy that went before you took some of your time. She owes you. And next we have Brazil in the house. Are you there, Carolina?
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see
Okay.
you. Be great if we can get video going. And then,
I
of
have
course,
the other, there are two, yes.
there we go.
This is
There we
me.
go.
Okay.
Great stuff.
Hi, everyone.
And awesome, awesome. So we look forward to hear from you. It's all about gaming, and this particular section, this topic is huge opportunities. And so we'd love to hear what's happening in South America. Thank you.
Sure. I have a presentation. Is it there for me to use?
Yeah. Can you
So-
share screening? Can you do that, Tabang?
Should I share here?
No, they're just going to give you rights in a few
Okay.
seconds. Host and panels can. Right. So can you share?
Me? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. If you click on share and then find your.
Maybe they give me. I need sharing rights with the video. The me that's in the video. The me that's in the sound cannot share.
Co-host.
I'm talking with my phone and you're seeing me through my computer camera. So, okay, now I have it.
You have it. Great. Awesome.
Just a minute. Here, can you see it? Okay. So this is I'm gonna try to talk to you a little bit about especially a report that we did here in Brazil about the gaming industry, the production, the devs, and here is the full report in case you want to download it. It's in English. The QR code. So I'm from Abra Games, which is the our association. That I'm gonna stay there a little bit more, and so you can maybe take a picture and screen it. So here we're gonna have that again. So Abra Games is the Brazilian Game Developers Association. We were founded in 2004, and we represent the studios throughout Brazil. We don't have all of the studios within the association, but we represent them nationally. And we have, with the trade association in Brazil, we have an export program called Brazil Games Export Program. And through that, we have a lot of effort, and we have a lot of growing in the last 10 years or so. Yes, it's since 2013, since the program actually began. And we have now, since last year, we started to put it out to know exactly how we are doing this growth. So we had before in 2014 and 2018 in Brazil, not through us, but in Brazil, censuses. So we had a little bit of this data, and now we are going to do annually a mapping of the industry here in Brazil. So a little bit about me. My name is Carolina Caravana. I am a partner and producer at a company called Aira, which is an indigenous name here in Brazil. It's called, it means daughter. So women, we are all about women. And we are from Niterói, which is in the Rio de Janeiro state. And I've been working with games since 2009. And I've seen the industry growing. So I can say that I've taken a lot of roles in game developing here in Brazil. So, and this is a good topic for me because I am graduated in arts education, and which actually helped me develop educational games and children's game, which is one of my focus. And I've also helped found the Abra Games Diversity Council in 2018. And I am sure that that's why I am the first vice president of the association, the first woman vice president of the association. And we haven't had the, president, a woman president in the association, but I'm guessing that will happen soon in the future. And this is actually a very strong flag that I raise here in Brazil. So the report, we're gonna see a little bit about the diversity in the workforce, which is also obviously a great theme for me, and a little bit about how we do things here. So the game markets in 2021 exceeds 2.3 billion, that's already said, and we are number 10 in the world. But we actually consume about 4% of the games. So like animation, I guess, we have a lot of room to grow. So that is our main focus. And a lot of our population plays games frequently, and I have to say that mostly happens on mobile because our digital economy here is based on mobile, and so that's how a lot of the population just access the internet. So they won't have a computer at home, so basically mobile. And one of the things that is actually, I believe it's good, we have the majority of these players are women here in Brazil. We have more than 50% of women playing, especially if you look on mobile. In consoles and PC, they're a little less, but overall we have more women playing. And on those, in this percentage, we have more Black women playing. So here in Brazil, if you want to release a game, that's definitely a big chunk of the market, and you should look at that. So multiculturalism in the Brazilian people is also a great thing for our narratives. And there's also a great thing about us that when we do external development, so we sell our services, we also are good for the market right now. People are looking at Brazil as a way of hiring services and even getting games for launching overseas. Same reason, pandemic reasons, we don't have enough creative content, so it's a big boom for us, and we can actually work really well with other cultures, and we have a time zone that actually is good for basically everywhere. So that is a good thing for us. And right now we have we mapped more than 1,000 game studios. We know that this is not all. So maybe have more than that. And this is really, really good because like I'm showing here, and the other reports showed exponential growth here. So we jumped from less than 150 companies in 2014 for more than 1,000 in 2022. So a few highlights of the industry here. We have a unicorn, which is a wildlife. It's a Brazilian company that's overseas right now, and they are a mobile company, right? We have a lot of studios being acquired, a lot of studios being invested by big companies. Netflix is also releasing games, our games, and we now have a Primetime Emmy from one of the studios. Brazilian studios are involved with AAA games like Horizon Zero Dawn and the Horizon franchise and other franchises. So we are like getting known in the sector very quickly. And okay, we have studios throughout Brazil. So a lot of them are in the Southeast region, which is São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, and Minas Gerais, and Espírito Santo. But we have a growing hubs in other portions of the countries, especially the Northeast is one of the main hubs for these external developments. So it's a good place to. You can find studios everywhere. You just have to see which one is better for your co-production or your services. I'm sure you can find them. So international reach, we have a digital space that's obviously because of the mobile, Google Play and Apple Store are the main places where the studios, when they start, they go there. And Steam is also one of the first places where small companies go for PC releases. But we also have a few other big stores here in Brazil, and we have a lot of other smaller stores on mobile and throughout Europe and Middle East right now that are being released. And so this is also a good thing for the companies here to start earning internationally without needing one publisher to go to consoles and or PC or mobile. We are actually going from one game in all platforms. Okay, so these are our major markets here. We launch games a lot in the American gaming market, but we also are throughout Latin America and Europe, Canada, and Portuguese-speaking countries. And Asia is not actually a big hit for us right now, but there are companies that are trying to push forward in that sector. I hope to see African space here in soon enough. And here, technological knowledge, we use a lot of different game engines, which are maybe the same game engines that are maybe some people are doing animation in, and also movies and the sorts. So Unity is a hit here, but we are seeing the other engines rising really fast. So most companies developing Unity, but they also develop in other engines, right? So Unreal, Blender engine, Construct, Game Maker, Godot are the top ones here at the moment. And here, the topic we want to talk about. So we, what? I'm sorry.
1 more minute, 2 slides.
Okay, this is where I want to stop. So we have a diverse workforce, but we have a lot of room to grow. In 2014 and 18, we jumped from 15 and 20% of diversity to now 29.8. So we not only we are bigger with game developers and game companies, but we have grown the percentage, right? So this is a really focus for me right now, because we need a lot of people in the gaming market and to develop games and to, you know, work in all of the areas that we need. But I believe that all of these new hires could be a diversity hire, you know, because we have so many people that are not in the companies. 30% is not enough. We have to go further, and this is our focus, but we are growing in this space. So I believe we are in somewhat the right path. So I'm gonna jump a little bit with the other slides, and I'm going to stop again in the, okay. Our major events are Big Festival, Brazil Game Show, and SB Games. They are for B2B, B2C, and academic research. And here are our biggest companies in terms of people hired, and these are the multinational companies in our ecosystem. We have a lot of them. Nintendo left Brazil, but somewhat, I hope they will come back. And this is the QR code for the full report. Sorry for the run at the end.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That's awesome data. You know what I like about the second last slide was that 29% of all the developers in the gaming sector in Brazil are women. That's 9% more than software developers or women software developers, which is around 20%. So that's something that we have to look at, right, Joy? I mean, like you, in your presentation, you know, I heard, please pray for us that we get funding.
Absolutely.
Right.
But you know, as God says, faith without action is dead. All right. So it means that while you're praying, then you should be doing the groundwork, correct?
Right.
Absolutely.
And what role do you think the national broadcasters would play? Because, you know, TV has really changed the African society, and most of the stuff that we watch, in any case, well, at least here, are not local. And so, you know, what do you think about the role of the national broadcasters throughout Africa and possibly the world, you know, to be an enabler for the animation sector?
Well, if let's just to reference Kenya, for example, for the national broadcasters, they themselves create their own content. So what they're publishing is what they create in-house. But now more than ever, we have online platforms like YouTube, which actually allows you to put your content for free. And if you look at content creators who are earning from YouTube, they are millions of people. Now, I would say that it would be nice if national broadcasters would give us at a lower fee, because again, at the end of the day, you will take on the production cost, and half the time they're not willing to pay for your content. So they'll say, we'll give you what the creators don't like to hear, exposure, all right? And while I'm creating content, I'm earning a cost. So what is exposure? Now, if they can come back and say, you know what, as part of CSR and to boost young people to create content, we're willing to put like a free time slot for them to use so that they can grow their skill, that would be fantastic. But it's not going to happen. So then, okay, let's be hopeful. Let's say it will happen 10 years from now. But before that, how are we taking advantage of the online platforms that are there for us? All right, YouTube just being one of them. If you look at Netflix, for example, Netflix is saying, hey, I'm willing to buy off a product from you. Right now, you get into the conversation of IP, which means I thought about it, I was passionate about it. This movie that I've been doing for 4 years,
now it becomes a Netflix owned project, which is not a bad thing. So there's a lot of opportunities there in terms of what we can use. I'd say online platforms, your best bet day one. National traditional media will catch up as the years go.
That's interesting, right? That the people that are our parents, our leaders, our decision makers, and talk to all of us is not prepared to invest in us, right? So that's the disruption that needs to happen. I'm wondering if there's a question from anyone here. Yes, there's two.
This question will show my ignorance, but is there any overlap at all between the work done for animation and gaming? I mean, I've done some games. There's some animation in between, but is there any overlap?
Well, in terms of overlap, maybe you can give me a bit more context. In terms of the industry, do they compete or do they collaborate? Is that the question?
Well, I'm wondering if there's some collaboration possibilities.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. If you think about it, gaming actually feeds off of animation because the character that they use in gaming is animation, right? Now, while animation is a process, gaming is now an action. So you move the characters to then achieve a particular word. And I know my co-panelist online can also shed a bit more light. But I think in terms of collaboration, there's so much that we can do. For example, Art Animation is working on their feature film, right? We want to transform that into a game. So I need to work with a gaming company to be able to make that happen. Gamers are looking to produce or to get into game design. They need animation studios to produce the characters that go into the games. So it's more collaboration than there is competition. And
Awesome.
already we're realizing we're not enough in the industry. So
Yeah.
a lot of collaboration.
Your question?
Thank you very much for the great presentation. I just have a question about also collaboration, but I want to ask about the collaboration between you guys and the education sector, maybe psychology sector, because or psychologists, because I was one of the people who learned a lot from anime, especially when I was me and my generation. I would say that we learned a lot: language, values, so many things. So do you have collaboration between education sector, people from social sector and psychology? And also in Africa, Africa is big. So when I talk about the animation that I used to watch, it was mostly done in Arabic. And there's a lot of language here in Africa. So is there any collaboration between all African, I don't know, this is my question, like all African, gaming sector and also animation sector? Thank you.
Another question?
Karibu. So I wanted to actually ask that something that is actually connected to what you've just asked about, the fact that we're in Africa, and especially for the lady in Brazil as well, we're in Africa with with different languages, right? So I wanted to see if there were exchange programs that are planned for future for us to be able to work together. That also means that the guys in Brazil that are already advanced in terms of technology more than us in Africa, including you, madam.
So as you explained, from animation you need gaming, right? What we've seen in the image design sector is that stuff now goes into NFT. And so they cut this image up and there's a whole new ecosystem that gets developed. Nobuzwe, I mean, like in TV production, we need clothing, people make, they make clothing, etc. The retail sector has always boomed from TV, and then everyone has to go buy Manchester United clothing, hero clothing, and now there's a new opportunity for the textile sector, that the gaming and the animation sector is creating an entire new opportunity And, and we've seen in Brazil's example, for example, they've grown exponentially. And I'm wondering, at some point you may have thought, I'm doing textiles. And I'm wondering if you now see the opportunity, why we brought these two together, and what's your thoughts on that?
Well, yes. Well, there's always a lot of people who prefer different things. And with animation and gaming, you're looking at your much younger crowd, your youth. And just the other day, I had a grandfather who came to show me pictures because he heard me speak about what we do here at the center. And it was drawings and paintings that were done by his 8-year-old granddaughter. And these were animated, illustrations. And I said, definitely we can rope her in and she can bank with us. And we'll definitely take you as a grandfather through the whole processes of understanding what an IP is. So that whatever we develop as a textile print using her artwork, that print belongs to her. Now, whether we roll it out onto the market for others to actually buy the textile, it is a development, a growth, and also a stability that she brings forth to her family. But also at the same time, as little as she is, she can probably start her pajama line. And we here at the center, at the same time, when we are teaching the CMT, which is your cut, make, and trim, our learners are unskilled learners, but we teach them the basics of putting garments together. Since on a digital platform, what we do is actually we do block printing. So already the pattern of the garment has been digitized, and it's very easy then for us to just simply take the artwork that we have, developed for the pattern to work, to be, really directly placed onto the block pattern, and the simmers will put that together, and then she has a product range. What we're trying to do is groom a lot of these unmushroomed, local brands, so that we do have local brands and start a new market. It's very difficult to tap into the existing retail industry for some because our prints are cultivated on culture content. So this animation is definitely a diversity of the culture that the child of now has experienced and what they know as their culture content.
And I think, there's loads of opportunities there. I'm like, when was the Olympics? Last Olympics? Where was it? It was somewhere in Asia. Japan? Yes. Kenyan team walked out with material that was created or manufactured there, and it was their design.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
And they've just done the same this year again. And I think when we look at these two worlds, Carolina, as you kind of perhaps respond to some of those two questions that we have, is that, have you seen a collaboration between the animation gaming world and the textile sector, and how those two things come together to, enable an entire historically woman-led ecosystem, textiles, clothing, etc.?
Yes,
Carolina?
for sure. Yes. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Well, animation and gaming are connected more than ever in my experience, because not only because of the software that we use right now that could be the same. Obviously, inside gaming, we have it's very a lot of areas in one place, right? So we have animation inside the games, but we also have now we are in the IP sector. We are actually doing this cross-platform, cross IP, right? So we do have a licensing, also a licensing business where we get a third-party IP to build a game about it, and then we go, or the other way around. We get the gaming. We have a few of these here in Brazil. The first one was the game, and now we have an animation about it, and then we have through the licensing business, we have also clothing in the supermarket being sold of the same character, or of the clothes that the character uses. So we have this is the children, usually it is children work. The children can actually be the character they're seeing in the screen, and they're playing in the game. You know, this is very connected, and also because of I believe we have a rising cultural space here globally, right? So we have actually, and I'm not seeing you. Okay, I see you now. We have a lot of narratives, a lot of storytelling about places in the world. Like, I know, a movie about Vikings, a game about Vikings, and then we have also here in Brazil about indigenous people, or people in different regions in Brazil, and we have a lot of consuming market of this kind of storytelling here in Brazil. We like this cultural creative pieces of technology, and I believe this can also be a great place to explore this kind of work in the costume in the costume area, because it's part of narrative, it's part of the storytelling, it is part of this cultural piece. So that is also all interconnected, in my opinion.
Awesome. I hope that the way that you grow the Brazilian footprint in Africa is by forming joint ventures and business to business on the African continent.
Absolutely. Please, everyone, go to LinkedIn and let's talk from here on.
and where can we find you?
My name is Carolina Caravana. It's on LinkedIn. Carolina Caravana Laubish. I have a lot of names, so it's on my. If you type Carolina Caravana on LinkedIn, you're gonna find me. Abra Games.
Thank you. And Nobuzwe, where do we find you?
I'm laughing because I have the same experience, and we are actually going to be revamping the center, thanks to the people that are supporting us. So the revamp will come with a new facelift for our connection. But currently we do have an online shop from the prints that are done here. Then we get to make clothing.
And what is that shop?
That is www.afro-child.com.
Awesome. Easy. afro-child.com. Great stuff. Thank you. Thank you for joining us remotely. And you have the last word. You know, there's a couple of questions, but you must only choose one.
One. Can I combine them with one answer?
You know, Kenyans. In 2 sentences.
In 2 sentences. Okay, make them 5.
No, 2
okay, 5.
3.
3 sentences. Okay. So the first question is about the social sector, about psychology and training. The second question is about language and capacity building. And the third question is about textile, animation and gaming. And
that's 1 sentence. Now answer.
Okay. So, okay, pressure. So allow me to start by saying, and that's what we cut short towards the last slide of the presentation, where when we mentioned Ad Animation started Africa's first animation capacity building program. And what that does is that it enables artists in the animation and gaming sector to access mentorship and networks,
right,
which is very rare for us.
So you have a center, we can get it online.
All right, it's not a center, it's a program.
It's a program, but
So,
can we answer the questions? So we have people waiting.
Fantastic.
So what that means is, in terms of capacity building, the fact that we run a program and we've trained 100 animators so far is how we're able to connect. That was a question for psychology. What are you guys doing?
Right.
And this, on top of that, is that we do multi-languages through
Right.
our e-learning platform. So guys can actually learn multi-languages. So I'd love to
Awesome.
talk to Carolina in Brazil to see how do we connect what we're doing with Brazil. And the last thing was about textile and animation. And the answer is, when you look at animation, for example, and we do characters, she mentioned children who are drawing. Now we can digitize into NFTs and they go into textile. That's how.
Done.
All right, I'm done.
That was 2.5 sentences. This was an awesome conversation. I'm gonna take some money, and I want to put it like, I can see a massive opportunity here, right? And so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Nobizwe. And great contribution. Awesome. And so we're on to the next topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right. So the next one is, I'm going to hand over to the CEO, boss lady.
Hello again. Hello. Graveyard. Last session, but exciting. Yes.
Hands up. Yeah, hands up. No, waving. Just hands up. Stretch your legs. And say Manchester United.
Liverpool. What's wrong with you? I apologize on behalf of Liverpool. Tish, are you there? There was such an amazing conversation, gaming, animation, more women in the space. We are creative. And I think it's one of those things that we have just not allowed ourselves. I remember playing one of those 102 game cassettes thing, and I was so good. I used to beat my brother at it all the time. I was really good, and something happened, and I just somehow lost interest. I don't know, but we need to keep it going somehow. I was stalking her, and she was not responding, and I stalked her.
I'm going to respond now. Is that okay? Sorry.
Somebody else. Mute. Tish, mute.
I'm not on mute.
Oh, okay. I'll come to you just now. Okay. I was talking Joy, and I was like, person, and finally she responded, because she's doing such amazing things. And we really do not need to reinvent if things are already in existence. Let's collaborate, let's work together, because more can be done when you're working from a blueprint, right? So congratulations, ladies, everybody, well done. Tawang likes saying that gaming, it's animation in motion. That's like the best way of explaining it. So that was an awesome session. So this powerhouse here, Miss Naidu, I was introduced to her by my chairperson, and we were chatting about stuff, and I was like, oh my God, what a powerful story. We need to share that. It is honestly in us taking our torches, our lights, and igniting other people that we realize that it's possible. That statement, that it always seems impossible until it is done. I'm not even going to give you a synopsis of her journey, because I need you to fall off your own chairs originally. Ma'am, over to you. This is a Diva Spotlight. Talk to us about your journey, your incredible journey at that. Let's share.
Thank you
Let's
so
talk.
much. I really appreciate it. I mean, you're incredible just by, you're the most incredible. But anyway, thank you very much for the amazing introduction. And I'm so sorry I couldn't be there today. Unfortunately, I've been dragged to Cape Town. Yeah, so thank you so much for having me, Kelly. I really appreciate it. And thank you very much, everyone, for taking the time to listen to me today. I'm very honored to be here. I have a lot of respect for AV5R and the work they do. So just by way of introduction, my name is Tishanya Naidu, and I work for 27 Investment Managers as the principal of the 27 Venture Capital Fund. And prior to my time at 27 I worked with the PIC and led the early stage investment instrument for a number of years. I'm a CFA Level 3 candidate. I have a FinTech certification from the University of Oxford, and I completed my undergrad and postgraduate degrees at Wits and UCT. I've started 3 of my own businesses and successfully exited 2 of those. I'm a working group member of Impact Investing South Africa, and I've recently been appointed onto the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Panel by the National Advisory Council for Innovation to advise on science, technology, and innovation policy in South Africa. So, getting down to the meat of it, I was asked to speak about what I distilled into being 3 main elements of my life, or my journey to where I am, my failures and my successes. So I'll start with my journey. And my journey, for me at least, began the day I got one of the lowest scores for mathematics. And my teacher advised I move into the standard grade class. And if you're as old as I am, we were at school, there was higher grade and there was standard grade. And if you weren't coping at the standard grade, at the higher grade, they would be down to standard grade. And with standard grade, you can really get into good degrees and so forth, especially now comp sci and other scientific degrees. So to be told you were going to the standard grade class was a real insult, or at least for me it was. And for my mother, who's a teacher, that was a major insult. But it was the first time I experienced the unique mixture of stubbornness in needing to prove my teacher wrong, but also the frustration of not really knowing how to start climbing the mount of improving my mathematics results. So I went to my parents with my conundrum, and one of the first things they asked me was what I hated the most about maths. And when I told them it was fractions, they said that was most likely where I needed to start. And then they delegated responsibility to my uncle, who loved maths and was also a maths teacher, to wake me up at 4 a.m. every single day of my December holidays to deal with what I hated the most, which effectively ended up being the entire grade 8 curriculum. So they said 4 a.m. because once my siblings and cousins woke up, I would be distracted and not necessarily apply myself. And also that way I got a good 3 hours of learning in before everyone else woke up. Now, I've never been a morning person, and I still am not a morning person, but I had this deep sense of motivation, and I had never experienced it before. And initially I thought it was, wanting to prove my teacher wrong, and prove the discount that she had placed on me wrong. But as my holiday progressed, I actually found that a lot of my motivation grew from an addiction to being able to overcome something that I initially thought I couldn't. So I ended up getting 97% for mathematics and 89% for advanced mathematics in matric. And then I ended up tutoring a lot of matric students throughout my university years. So it worked. And in retrospect, my conundrum is one that all entrepreneurs face. They all are driven to build something that they truly believe in, but they don't always know how to overcome the obstacles they face. And I believe, that's where venture capitalists come in. And I believe that's the value they bring to the economy. Because VCs, in a way, and so are incubators, but they're like parents that listen to your problems and help you solve for them. And then they give you the appropriate avenues of solution, because they truly believe in the ideas that you believe in, right? And this is an incredibly important point to make, because I think VCs and incubators and accelerators are not only funders, but they're also guides. When you pitch to a VC or an incubator, the most important thing I think to get across is to get them to believe in your idea as much as you do. Because it's about creating an alignment of passion and interest that makes for a successful pitch. And I was very lucky because my parents had that alignment of interest when it came to my maths debacle, because they wanted to see me succeed and they were impressed that I actually wanted to figure out how to, to make it better. But that's the kind of thing you need to create with your VCs when you're pitching to them. And, and that's how my journey gets here, right? Because I get to live my passion in overcoming these challenges through the companies I journey with. And I also get to give the gift my parents gave me so many years ago to the entrepreneurs that will one day change the world we live in. So I think the next kind of area that AB4R wanted me to speak to is just the successes and failures that I've had. But I think, for me, and maybe it's just an experience that is exclusive to me, but every one of what I call my successes are associated with numerous failures. And I think in South Africa, And the difference I've seen between South Africa and some of the more developed tech ecosystems is they have no fear to fail, whereas we are ingrained to fear failure, and it shouldn't be viewed that way. Failure should be viewed as stepping stones towards a success one day. Because for me, in every failure I've had, I've learned 10 times more, than what I've learned in my successes, and that's what makes me remember my failures more. And that's also a thing that women suffer from, right? You tend to remember your failures more, and that definitely gives you self-confidence. But instead of viewing your failures as something negative about you, you should view it as an asset, and what will drive you towards a greater self-confidence, because you've learned that lesson, you've put it behind you, and you've moved on and you've succeeded. And so, success and failure go hand in hand for me. And I think an example of that is when I was trying to figure out what I wanted to study. I was the first person in my on my dad's side of the family to go to university. And I remember my grandmother was so excited when I both got my, when I got my entrance, and both when I got my degree. But when I was researching what I wanted to study, I had two goals in mind, as simplistic as they were. The one goal was I just wanted to be happy in what I was doing, because my grandparents and my parents always told me that if I love what I'm doing, I'll always do it with passion, and people will feel that, and people will respect me for what I do. And I'll do well, as a result of that. And the second goal was I just wanted to buy my dad a car. So I wanted to make enough money to buy my dad a car. And so my matric advanced maths teacher told me that she thinks I have a penchant for statistics, so I should try studying actuarial sciences. So I researched it, and I'm being someone who is extremely curious about everything. I chatted to some of my friends' parents who were in corporate, because my parents were not in corporate, and who understood what actuaries do. And then somehow I got to speaking to actual actuaries, and I realized actually this does meet my criteria, right? It seemed like actuaries loved maths. They seemed to use a lot of it. So that could make me happy, because at that point I had developed a love for it. And then I also realized that actuaries make quite a lot of money. So I could eventually buy my dad a car if I went that route. So I started university, and you go in there with this attitude, because you've just finished school and you clocked the trick so well, and university humbles you very, very quickly. And it was a very rude awakening for me, because there were elements of my degree that I loved, but there were so many more elements that I completely hated. And so I continued with my degree, and at the end of my third year, holidays, I got my results and I burst into tears. And it wasn't because I had failed my subjects, I had passed, but I just felt so overwhelmed and unhappy, and I didn't know how I would get through another year of doing something I hated that much. So at the beginning of that holiday, my brother and I had started a tiny business that made me feel a lot more like myself. And the tears around my results were just confirmation that I was not meant to be an actuary. The acceptance that failure comes in different forms was very, very tough for me. And nobody around me understood why I felt like a failure, because I passed my subjects, right? But it took me 3 full days of just being alone and trying to process it to realize that I felt like I failed myself, because I didn't stay true to what makes me happy and what I'm passionate about. And as a result, I lost out on what was supposed to be probably the most fun period of my life. I also, learned that what success looks like to everyone else is very different what success looks like to me. And so even though, everyone else couldn't understand why, I had felt the sense of failure I did, I just needed to understand why. And it was really rooted in the fact that I just wasn't happy doing what I was doing. So all hope was not lost, though. I found so much of passion and freedom in growing our business that I moved back to Joburg. I transferred to WITS, and I continued working on the business while finishing off my honors. We managed to grow that business into the second biggest business in its industry in South Africa, and it officially employs 189 people today. And the success of that business also was not without its multiple points of failure along the way. We had a fire that wiped out half of our factory, which we had to then figure out a way to recover from it. We didn't know if we could. It was a sense at that point in time we had employed 15 people, and there was often nights where I thought we would have to let them go. And I think what drove me to kind of solve for that was I just didn't want to have that conversation and rob those 15 families of an income. So we had extremely tough months with the business seemed like completely stuck in a rut, and we had, low probability of recovery, but we persevered. The pandemic was also one of those where we faced 4 months of not being able to operate, but still wanting to pay. At that time, we had 150 workers. And so we figured out, how to pay them from our cash reserves, and eventually, that got the business into an entirely other cycle of not having enough cash to then fund the business going forward. So we had to again problem solve. So like I said, success is not without numerous amount of failures, because although technically we put our business on a bad footing when we did pay our workers through the pandemic when we weren't operational. But for me, that's not a failure. That is a success, right? The rest we'll solve for. So yeah, so failure and success for me has always, gone hand in hand. From failing, maths in grade 8 to failing actuarial sciences. But those have been not failing, but just failing at, liking actuarial sciences as much as I wanted to myself too. So those have been really defining moments in my life, and I don't really perceive them negatively anymore. I consider them actually to be tenets of who I am as a person. And yeah, to finish off, one of my colleagues from Google X in Silicon Valley, Adi Arangilat, shared a little nugget of gold with me a few years ago, and I would like to share that with you. So she said to me, failure is the biggest gift life gives you. And if you aren't failing, you aren't growing. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think you were modest. There were so many things that you left out or that you just went through on an executive level. Talking about how you got into entrepreneurship, how your family was always into entrepreneurship. You learned from that. You created this huge firm. You just went on some, we employ 100 and however many people, but there's a cell phone company thing that you did in KZN, right?
So yeah, there was a couple of them. So there was the phone company that I had spoken to, and that was really what I would define as my biggest success. But there was we also started like a rose delivery service, but before it was commonly done in the market. We did it in 2016 and 2015, and we bought the rights to big roses from Ethiopia. I mean, we wanted to deliver roses but make it an experience, so we got these fancy boxes, and we got a guy in a tux to deliver it. So if it wasn't just someone phoning you from Net Flowers saying we're delivering it in the next 18 hours, so make sure you're available. So we wanted it to be an experience. And we managed to exit that business as well. And yeah, I mean, it is stemmed in where I do come from, because Kili, both my grandparents, my grandmothers at least, ran tuck shops for farm workers. And they made sure they get their pensions and stuff. So I grew up in their shops, right? When my mom was working, my grandmothers were looking after us. And during our holidays, we'd go to my mom's parents, which, they were in Kimberley. So that meant we were out in Sandton a lot of the time at her farm shop there. So it was always a matter of, them showing us that if as long as you have your two hands, you can make a plan and figure it out. So a lot of, I think, my resilience, what I like to think of as my resilience, comes from that. And the ability to fail. Like, I think I've seen my grandparents and my dad, who's also an entrepreneur, fail so many times that it's just become normal. And it's like, okay, you failed, but like, how are you going to recover? So yeah, so that that would be my experience. But yeah.
You see, I told you she was being modest. There is so much. Like when you sit with her, you're like, oh my God, I couldn't believe it. But awesome work that has been done. Are there any questions, any follow-up, any clarity, any comments? that you'd like to share with Tish? Yes, sir.
Hi, Tish. How are you?
Hi, Mateo.
I just want to find out. I mean, you are now a professional venture capitalist, something like that, yeah. And
Yes.
how do you intend, or what advice do you give to up and coming small medium enterprises in relation to your current position? Thank you.
So yeah, I think there's so much of advice I could think of offhand, but I think one of the biggest points of like what I would do if I was in the position that kids are today in, or women are even today in, is that I would get as much help as I can. Because I think a lot of entrepreneurs feel like they are alone, but they are wonderful institutions such as ABA4IR and 274 that really wants to enable these companies. And it's not only about money, it's about advice, it's about having a big brother to go to or big sister to go to say, I'm having this issue, can you help me? And that makes or breaks a business. And when I was raising funding for my business, there was not that much, like these companies weren't accessible, and it wasn't easy to come across someone who would be open to helping you if you were trying to, if they thought you were a child and you were trying to grow a business. I mean, a lot of the time when I was raising funding, back then we got told we were children and we didn't know what we were doing. And now it's so different. The ecosystem is so different. But I think the second set of advice as a VC is there is always a plan B. Like no matter what happens, there is always a plan B in any sphere of your life, right? Because if you fail at plan A, you always have plan B to fall upon. And even if you don't know what plan B is, when you're trying to execute on plan A, trust me, there is always a plan B. And it just takes a little bit of a pivot, and you before you know it, you're like on your feet again. So never give up. It's as corny as that does sound, but yeah, I would say there's always a plan B, and always to believe that. And I think that's the key tenet of entrepreneurship, at least that I've seen, and it enables the greatest sense of survival for these companies that I've seen, because every company that I've ever invested in, that I've ever looked at, that I've ever considered has failed. And if the founder hasn't experienced failure, it's probably a red flag for me. And if they can't speak to their failures as a business, it's a red flag for me, because I don't think you have an entrepreneur who hasn't experienced failure, or at least an entrepreneur that's able to scale. And so failure needs to be an integral part of how you choose to build your business, because the failure is just showing you a weak spot. It's not showing you a weak business. So that would be my advice.
Thank you so much. I think it's a rewiring of the mind, because we've really grown to think failure is a bad thing. But I also think, notwithstanding the fact that we always often working from such little resources, so you have no option but to win with whatever it is that you're trying. So imagine when you're coming from an impoverished family, and they have to use their last 100 rands, and you are kind of, they say you're toying around with it. So you must be really, really sure that you're going to win. But it's a process that we are coming with that we hopefully will get right. And like you're rightfully saying, when there is organizations that are offering an enabling environment to allow for failures and support, get up and try again, it makes life that much easier. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Where do we get a hold of you? She's a venture capitalist looking for high growth companies to work with, help you get investment. So
yes, please. I'd be happy to hear about any pipeline opportunities. I'm always looking for pipeline opportunities. And Kelly does have my contact details, so it's just about sending me an email. And even if you need advice, happy to offer advice. I do know quite a bit about structuring and about structuring your business and protecting your IP. And if I can't help you, I'll find someone that can help you.
You can share it as well. You can share it.
Oh, my email. Should I just put it in the
social handle?
Oh, my social, I don't have social media per se,
Company?
but
For your
I
company?
can, my company is 274. So my email, I'll just ask if I can share. I can't share in the chat.
So,
Okay,
so you have a
so
LinkedIn page, and we can find you on the LinkedIn page?
yes, actually, I do have a LinkedIn page, and it's my first name and my last name. You'll find me through that. But I'll pop my email on the chat. There we go.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for sharing with us, and we look forward to creating magic with you as we raise funding and grow companies, create employment and benefit to the economies, the communities, the economic development, and so on. Thank you, and I thank you. So we've
Thank
come
you
to
very
the end of the program.
We have, and
have.
what a good way to, right? That
On a
there,
high note.
is that we have human species
Uh-huh.
growing every day.
Yeah.
And we should really kind of find them, right? And actually, you know, we've platformed one,
Yeah.
but we've got to find out how do we do that every day so that people find them.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So thank you, sir. You've been awesome. I was told to say you've been awesome. I don't know. Were you awesome?
I don't know. I don't know.
You
I've
like
been,
your
I've been
song?
one, like the last word, like I've been one.
Okay.
It was one.
All
I'm
right.
not sure about the O or the S.
Okay. But I was told you are awesome. Thank you very much, Hilton. Hilton is a good friend. He is the big brother of the company. We always call out on him and he's always willing to help. Like I was saying, even with the first one, like 90% of the speakers we got from him, he really advocates for women. And that's why we have him here. We can't do this thing alone, really. I'm not oblivious. We coexist. We need to work together. And sometimes you need to pull them by the ears so that they're a bit more sensitive or they get it. And we're saying earlier on at lunchtime that we get it. So we're trying to get the guys to get it as well in our coexistence. But you did an awesome
Chair said we get it.
You did an awesome job. Thank you so much. I have been requested to give out some stuff here. There's some people that passed that I must give a certificate, and then my chairperson will also do a vote of thanks. But we have really come to the end. I thank you so much for sticking it out. I hope it was informative. I hope you've learned. I hope you met someone new. You've created a network. You living here an inch taller, and this is not gonna be the end. We're not gonna wait for the next WITS next year. Between now and then, you would have done something with someone here, right? Even online, there are people online that spoke. The world has become small. There was people from Brazil, Trinidad and Tobago, Kenya, and let's make use of those opportunities. So if nothing else, say to them, wait, I was at WITS, they will assist. Ms. Zelda, you passed yesterday and you were not here when we were giving out certificates. Please come and receive your certificate. You can clap for her, it's okay.
The solar lady.
If it's money, you come through me. Yeah. Ms. Gugu, she is the friend of the organization. We enjoy working with her. She advocates growth, she advocates for women, growing the sector. MICT CETA is in good hands. AB4IR, the 4IR industry. We sing praises and we're gonna do magic together, like serious magic. You put it in women's hands, we stretch it out and we make magic unapologetically. Thank you. And I don't know why, but somehow I was also told I'm supposed to give this to my chairperson because apparently he was here. So as you are coming to receive summary, you do the closing remarks. Thank you, Chair, for your support and participation. So you must also declare this to the board. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I probably have to also include this in my CV. I'm not sure employers, I mean, most of you are employers here, whether you consider certificates of attendance or international participation. Okay, thank you, CEO. See, I'm not sure I want to continue to thank Hilton. Yeah, I get worried when more men join these activities because I'm supposed to be the only one with the checklist. And I was telling me a story that in our churches that were, remember, African spirituality was banned in around 1846 or somewhere there. And Africans, in reaction, they started apostolic churches and so on. So the churches are never, the same church. They always break up. As the ratio of men to women increase, the church breaks up. So I'm hope this session will not break up because we seem to have competition here. Thank you so much, Hilton. And Oscar Rabo is not here. I want to thank her in absence. Also want to thank, I learned a very interesting concept here, and I never thought it existed in South Africa. That is that venture capital is looking for people who have entrepreneurs that have failed. And I once saw an ad by Standard Bank that be careful what you think because you can finance it. But you go to Standard Bank and I wonder whether they live up to what they are saying. They don't walk the talk. But it's interesting that somebody else is saying they are looking for entrepreneurs. Obviously, they don't look for entrepreneurs who have failed. They're looking for entrepreneurs that have experience in business and have failed and also are now back in business. I want to thank the team. We are very interested, awesome team at AB4R, and I want to start with them because usually we end with them as if they're the last. But I want to start with them because without them, we wouldn't have this activity today and many other activities. I also want to thank the audience, physical and virtual. Without you, we wouldn't be here. It will probably be myself and the CEO and talking to ourselves, and not without any clapping of hands. So I want to thank you for being here, virtually and otherwise. I also want to thank our speakers. They're awesome, all of them. Each one of them brought in their experience. The excitement that I have is that when we started this activity 3 years ago, it was virtual. So people could easily claim that I'm from Kenya or I'm from Nigeria and so on. But that session, which is today, the last 2 days, is that we also have somebody from Greece. That shows that you're international. Somebody from, not Greece, yeah, Greece. Greece. Kimosotune. Me and R are not Greece, from Greece. From Greece, we have somebody from Greece. We have somebody from Kenya in the house. She just left now. And we are pretty becoming more international than we anticipated. Oh yeah, we have somebody from another country, Western Cape. So we pretty becoming international. So we want to thank everybody that participated. We also want to thank our exhibitors. They're not here, but I'm sure they can hear us. We want to thank them for always being here when you want them. We want to thank we want to thank the cameramen and camera women. Without them, we wouldn't be seen where we are seen now, and we want to thank them. And I'm sure you can also make some money out of it and sell these pictures. And when you grew up, we used to take pictures without people knowing that we're taking them pictures and then sell the pictures to them. So we make some little money when we're at school. So we want to also thank you guys, our technical team, Tabang and the team. We want to thank you all. I think we are done. There's nobody that I left out. No? I also want to thank myself for getting a certificate of attendance. Thank you, guys. I'm told now is networking time. Oscar, I'm sure next year when we meet, I just want to put a challenge. When we meet, we must have a session. In that session, we say, let's see what value this session up to this last 2 days had added to your business in terms of networking with those amongst ourselves. That's the challenge that we put into you. So if you haven't made money out of people that you've come across here, please don't come next year. I'm joking, guys, but it's something that we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. So to the online people, thank you so much for joining us, and everybody that's in here, we do it like we did last year. I need you all in the front because we're going to take pictures.
Yeah, maybe because if I lose my job, how easy it is for somebody to lose their jobs. And in this instance, there's no disciplinary hearing. We just told that please don't come. Yeah, you just lost your job. I want to thank my CEO. I want to thank my CEO for being awesome and for arranging this session and many other and leading us in the organization. Thank you, Oscar.
No kneeling, no nothing. Just checking. Thank you. We are officially done, but I need everyone to come to the front. We're going to take a nice picture because you were here. Thank you, Tim. I appreciate you. You're awesome and wholesome. To everybody that joined us online, thank you, thank you. See you next year.
Thank you, everybody. See you next year. Thank you, everybody. See you next year. Thank you, everybody. See you next year. Thank you, everybody. See you next year.